military strategy. So they're now moving to this very bellicose, very belligerent kind of economic strategy, which they themselves are calling economic warfare. They're being quite open about it. I mean, the reality being the US has been waging some form of economic warfare on Iran for decades now, but this is a ramping up, and I think it's all they have left, really.
Well, look, it's been close to 50 years of sanctions on Iran, and the focus, as you said, is now economic rather than military. But these sanctions that have already been there, what is going to make Washington think that this latest round is going to do the work that it wants it to do?
Well, there are some substantive differences in the types of measures that have been unveiled. So, I mean, the US has always had sort of secondary sanctions on Iran. That's for a couple of decades now. Those are sanctions where they will place sanctions on third countries if they do certain kinds of business with Iran. Traditionally, that's been if they do business, if they buy oil from Iran, and or if they do business with the Iranian central bank. These are more expensive. They include digital assets and gold and, basically any kind of interaction, any kind of financial or trade interaction of any kind with Iran. The United States is basically sending the message that Iran should be completely suffocated, and that any country that doesn't participate in that is going to receive the sharp end of American sanctions itself. It is an extreme version of with us or against us. Whether that's actually enforceable or not remains to be seen. The big question mark, of course, is going to be China. It's probably the one country that the United States cannot actually strong arm into abandoning its trade with Iran. China buys 90% of Iran's crude oil, and they have made clear in the last 24 to 48 hours that they will not go along with these measures and that they will retaliate if the United States tries to force them to.
Do you think other countries will toe the company line, so to speak, that the US has put out there aside from China? We've already heard China bite back a bit about this and say that they're not really prepared to take these sanctions on board. But do you think every other country will?
I think every country, including China, is going to wait and see, because the Trump administration has a history of making grandiose statements and then kind of stepping back a little bit from the brink. This could be, I mean, I think a lot of countries are hoping that it will be a sort of face-saving measure by the United States, saying, look, we're going to move from the military warfare to economic warfare. It's going to be extreme. It's going to be D-Day, all these kinds of things that Scott Bessent has been saying, the Treasury Secretary. But that in reality, it may end up just being a sort of, qualitative ramping up of sanctions, but not something that fundamentally moves the needle, but allows the United States to begin to move on from really a failed war on Iran. That might prove to be wishful thinking. It could be just as much the case that the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself, if these economic measures do not succeed, might feel even more backed into a corner, or as if their sort of pride is on the line and they have to really come up with something even more extreme against Iran. So we could be in for a long cycle of this, where you have both countries, Iran and the United States, believing that if they just stand tough enough, the other side will blink, playing a game of chicken. That is very much the Iranian strategy right now. They believe time is on their side. They believe that they can inflict more damage, or rather the US is not as willing to absorb damage and pain as much as the Islamic Republic is. The United States seems to think, always has a long-standing sort of feeling in Washington that if you just put enough pressure on the Islamic Republic, it will somehow crumble. That's never happened, but there's always this belief that somehow a bit more pressure will be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Not a great place to be, because it perpetuates this tension for probably months to come.
Well, John, you've studied the two countries in great detail for many years as well. We have seen them completely unable to talk before and eventually find their way back to the negotiating table again. Do you think there's a realistic path back to negotiations, considering that this war has gone military, now economic sanctions, and not the opposite way around, which would be the traditional way that a war would normally be fought, economic sanctions first and then military sanctions?
A diplomatic solution is always available. I mean, not only is it available, it's proven. It's happened. We've already had one in 2015 at the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear deal that the Obama administration and the P5+1 negotiated with Iran. So there's no question that these things are possible. But the problem is trust is at an all-time low right now between these two countries. There is no goodwill between them. It is much more coercive than it's ever been. Can it be done? Sure. And in fact, there is every reason to believe that this is part of Donald Trump's kind of MO throughout his life, throughout his career, right? Is to kind of talk tough and then, kind of scale back the demands a little bit. So I think that's the hope that the countries, the mediators like Oman and Pakistan are hoping for, that beyond the bluster, there will be some kind of middle ground that they can walk.
Of course, John, the big elephant in the room, I guess, is the Strait of Hormuz. If Washington increases this economic pressure on Iran, which is now making headway, does that make Tehran more likely or less likely to use that Strait of Hormuz as leverage, which, let's be honest, before the 1st of March, we hadn't heard a lot about the Strait of Hormuz, and it was just kind of in existence more than anything else. This was never part of those negotiations in the first place until it became such an issue.
Yes, but I think that Iran has actually moved even beyond the Strait of Hormuz. I think they're looking at a whole range of pain points. I think they're quite motivated. It used to be that their nuclear program was their main kind of form of leverage. But I think what the Strait of Hormuz has taught them is that there are many other ways that they can cause pain, and that they've traditionally been a bit reluctant to do that because they've tried to sort of show good faith and so on. But frankly, military attacks on American positions in the Persian Gulf and on U.S. allies in the Persian Gulf and even Europe are on the table. Iran does have the missile range to hit quite a lot of targets in Europe, American targets as well as European targets. The fact is the United States is already considering reducing its footprint in the Persian Gulf and moving away from some of these giant cumbersome air bases. And Iran will claim credit for that, even though that's something that the US has been wanting to do anyway for some time.
Finally, John, before I let you go on this, I don't want to run out of time, but what do you think Washington want? Like, what is the end goal here? Are we still talking about some kind of a nuclear deal or an agreement, or has this conflict completely changed that and taken that off the table for now?
That's never really been Washington's goal, at least under the Trump administration. It's very clearly any nuclear deal they want is one that is really a regime change in disguise, because the only one that they will accept is one that has zero enrichment, that asks for complete capitulation on the Iranian side, and which opens up Iran to leverage, gives leverage to foreign powers over Iran's kind of energy needs and so on, and their civilian reactors as well as their other nuclear technology. So Iran's never going to agree to that, and if they did, that would be the end of the Islamic Republic, which is why this has been so tricky, which is why the only deal that's ever been done was one that allowed Iran some limited supervised enrichment for peaceful purposes. They're not convinced that the United States is actually interested in a nuclear deal.
But I mean, the US have said they will allow that supervised enrichment if it's for civilian purposes more than anything else. It's the issue is getting it to the level of above 25%, whereby it doesn't really serve any purpose for anything aside from potentially weapons. And I think that's probably where it comes into equation, where we are asking if people can go in and check to see, well, is there nuclear armament taking place within Iran? Is that where the crux is coming down to it from Washington's point of view?
And that's where we very well may end up. But the problem is we had that already, first of all. We had that for several years under the JCPOA. The Trump administration pulled out and has actually created a problem of its own making. If they are able to get back to some kind of deal like that, I think everyone would be very happy. But the problem is they twice now have started bombing Iran in the midst of negotiations. So, it's a bleak picture.
John Gazvinian, there we must leave it. Thank you so much for joining us on W News. Let's continue this conversation. We're going to speak to Danny Citronowitz, who's a senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies. Danny, thanks for joining us on the show. First and foremost, slightly different angle on this, but Netanyahu says there can be no diplomatic deal with Iran. And Washington appears to be stepping back from further strikes, as we just discussed with John there as well. The US and Israel, are they starting to differ on what should happen next in this conflict?
Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah, definitely they are differ. Actually, 3 days after the war, they started to defer when President Trump decided to cancel the Kurdish invasion and thus actually canceled Israel's ambition to change the regime in Iran. Having said that, Israel quite obviously, as President Netanyahu said or tweeted yesterday, that he is in favor of increasing the economic pressure over Iran. The last thing that Israel wants to see is returning back to an agreement between Iran and the US. This is something that's really countering the Israeli interest. So Israel is hoping for returning back to war, and if not, just continuing the economic pressure, push Iran into the corner. This is what Israel is hoping for. And I have to say one thing about that. President Netanyahu, of course, is against any diplomatic solution because of the fact that for him, any solution will strengthen the same regime that Israel seeks to topple.
Need to ask you, if, from Israel's point of view, this one is, if the military campaign is stopping now, and if we're to listen to what Marco Rubio has said, and there is going to be no more strikes, will Israel believe that enough has been achieved through this military campaign and that now the sanctions can do the rest of the heavy lifting?
Well, it's a good question. I think that in general terms, I'm hoping that the new government in Israel will have an inside look about the failed strategy that Israel adopted that actually pushed Iran towards a bomb, not further from a bomb. The thing is that there's a real question what Israel can do without the U.S. Now, again, we don't know how this war will end, but if they will end with some sort of economical pressure, not returning back to war, and definitely if we'll have some sort of agreement or returning back to the MOU between Iran and the U.S., this is putting in Israel in a very tough situation, where it's the only country in the Middle East and maybe in the world that seeks to return back to confrontation with Iran. And one thing that we have to say about that, the Israeli deterrence regarding Iran is also built on the strategic relations between Israel and the U.S. If the U.S. will decide to go a different way, this administration, definitely the future administrations that won't return back to the same Iran adventure, Israel will find itself in a very tough situation. Israel can attack today in Iran or tomorrow, but the thing is that you need the U.S. support defensively, offensively, and without that support, it will be very hard for Israel to decide to do something dramatic against Iran. So definitely, Israel is hoping that there will be some sort of an opportunity in the future to return back to kinetics while supported by the U.S., but looking at how President Trump is behaving and thinking about the future administration, I find it very hard to believe that the U.S. will support future adventures, Israeli adventures in Iran.
Danny, let's talk about that, because if these sanctions don't work, if these do not work out, do you see Israel taking the bull by the horns on its own and taking further military action, even if Washington says we don't want that?
It will be very hard to believe that Israel will do something that will counter the UN's interest. We have to say, in general terms, that we see from Gaza to Lebanon to Syria to Turkey and now to Iran, there is, like we mentioned, there's no alignment between Israel and the U.S. in terms of its policy in the Middle East, meaning that they are really differ on the diplomatic solution about using kinetics. Now, as I mentioned, Israel can strike U.S. today, but without the U.S. support, if Israel can do that, but the U.S. support is crucial if Israel decides to strike Iran. So theoretically, definitely Israel can do that. Practically, without the U.S. support, when you're getting closer to the Israeli elections, I find it very hard to believe unless there will be dramatic development on the Iranian nuclear side. This is why I think this is crucial to understand how this war will end, but it will have an enormous influence on Israeli policy towards Iran in the future, despite most of the candidates here in Israel are promoting Netanyahu policy to continue pressure against Iran. Without the U.S. support, without the maximum pressure campaign, the credible military threat, it would be very hard for Israel to continue the strange strategy it adopted against Iran in the future.
We still don't know exactly what remains of this Iran nuclear program that we've heard so much about. Does that uncertainty worry Israel on home turf? Is there a concern about that?
Definitely it is. Unfortunately, the plan did not obliterate it. Yes, it suffered a severe damage, actually not in this war, in the previous one, in the Rising Line one, the attacks in Fordo and Natanz. So definitely the Iranians suffered severe blows. They're not enriching today in Iran, and this is a positive change. The problem is that Iran still have the ability to reach a bomb if they decide to do so. They have the stockpile, they have the enriched facilities like Pickaxe Mountain, they have the centrifuges, and they have the knowledge, at least for reaching 90% military-grade uranium. So in that regard, we still have problem. Israel is quite worried about that. We have to remember that we don't have inspections on the ground, meaning that the IAEA inspection mechanism stopped when Israel attacked Iran on 12th of June last year. So definitely it's a problem. Israel is fearing for what could happen in the Iranian nuclear program, especially when you have a regime controlled by the Ayatollah and Mujtaba Khamenei that is much more radical than his father that was very cautious in crossing the Rubicon towards a nuclear bomb. So definitely it's something that Israel is looking at and is hoping to find a solution. The problem is that Israel is against any agreement that can stop Iran development or rushing towards a bomb, because any agreement will strengthen the regime. So Israel will have to decide whether it's better to have an agreement preventing Iran from reaching a bomb or keep pressuring Iran, knowing that pressuring Iran might push it to cross the Rubicon and reach a nuclear bomb.
Iran have answered back on the idea of sending inspectors in to say that, Iran is in a wartime situation. The nuclear sites have not been secured for inspection. So therefore, right now, we cannot send in the IAEA to investigate what nuclear capability is there. But they've also got missiles. They've got drones that are capable of striking Israel and, of course, other countries in the region, as we've already seen. Does Israel see what we're currently experiencing as a ceasefire through any other name, or is this just a pause in the conflict for now?
Well, Israel is hoping it's a pause and it's not a permanent ceasefire, because Israel is hoping to turn back to war, attacking the Iranian infrastructure and thus transforming Iran to become a failed state. This is our defense minister said that in public. So this is the Israeli strategy. It's not that, at least continuing, of course, the economical pressure, not returning back to an agreement as mentioned before. In terms of the missiles and drones, the main problem that we have is that this regime won't forgo that. Actually, any regime in Iran won't forgo this kind of capabilities. And this is something that, again, the U.S. will have to decide. Israel is important, but not the important element in that regard. The U.S. will have to decide whether they're accepting the Iran-Yemeni agreement on Hormuz Strait, opening the straits, lifting sanctions, and thus strengthening the regime, but opening the straits and maybe continue negotiation on the nuclear side. If not, the pressure will continue, and then the probability of Iran escalating is higher than ever. In terms of Israel, Israel has no influence or real influence right now on the strategy of the administration regarding Iran. We see more ability of Saudi Arabia, Qatar to influence the U.S. administration than Israel right now. So Israel is important because it can play an important role. But as mentioned before, if something would be countering the U.S. interest in that regard, I don't think that Israel will do something that will go against President Trump on the Iranian file.
Danny Citrono, it's there. We must leave it. Thank you so much for joining us on W News.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Now, the U.S. Secret Service has confirmed they received an Iranian threat on President Trump's youngest son, Barron. The agency confirmed it was investigating a video that was aired by Iranian media, which claimed to show Barron Trump's security detail, including his location. Let's talk more about this story. We're joined by Errol Moorcouch, who's a spokesman for Republicans Overseas and co-founder of FTA, a private defence and intelligence firm. Errol, thanks for joining us on the show. This is an extraordinary story. Let's talk about the video first and foremost that involves Barron Trump. Iranian state media have broadcast that. They televised that, apparently showing the location as well of President Trump's son. How seriously will the Secret Service be now looking at that video and taking this threat?
Oh, incredibly seriously. And it's not the rhetoric, it's the specificity of what they've been talking about. It's escort vehicles, it's agent placement. So in my business, one thing we have to decipher is open source intelligence. Is this just open source intelligence that they've been able to put together? You put together a child's school schedule and you can reasonably ascertain where they will be, and you make this threat video based on OSINT. Okay, that's one thing that can be done by one individual, to be very clear. Now, the real question is if these other things are there, especially when they're referring to device compromisation. If the president's son's device is compromised, that's also a compromise with POTUS himself. So this is an absolute focus of the Secret Service. They're taking it incredibly seriously because obviously, above all else, the president's son's safety is paramount. But in terms of national security, we can't have Iranian cells actually operating in the United States. And to be very clear, the IRIB, I believe, which is this organization, their head spokesman is appointed by the supreme leader. So this wasn't just some offshoot. So that's why it's being taken appropriately and very serious.
Well, Errol, the distinction there, because they're claiming that his movements are being very closely monitored. How does the US intelligence agencies work out whether this is genuinely something that they're capable of, or this is something that's designed to frighten the Trump family, which we've seen similar before?
So again, this goes back to almost reverse engineering what they're offering. They're making a series of claims, and in the security business, we have to reverse engineer those claims. We go back, we look. Are these, again, actionable data that they could have gotten publicly? And then more importantly, most of the time they're using criminal networks to do this. It's very risky to have an Iranian cell in America. It's much more functional to pay American organized criminals who are perhaps agreeable, whether that be Russian organized crime or Armenian organized crime or other known organized crime that is sympathetic to these sort of causes, as spies in the United States. So that the FBI especially will be tracing those criminal sources, which could be a lot of the I guess, way Iran has operated on Western soil. Again, the private comms communication, that's going to be the easiest thing to debunk. So it's really just about reverse engineering their claims and making sure that this data isn't something that's actually compromised.
But if it's Barron Trump, he's not exactly a politician. He's not part of the administration. Going after the president's son, is that likely to cross a very different line?
Oh, it absolutely will. And throughout almost all of human history, no matter how despotic and cruel regimes have been towards each other or towards each other's leadership, in general terms, that the son and children are off limits. Even you'll see that in U.S. Cartel wars in South America. You don't normally kill the children. I think that creates an unbreakable floor that goes down. And also in the case of Iran, many of their leaders' children study in the United States in Western schools. So I think it would be a Pandora's box. And I think it would also be something that America isn't going to retaliate. I mean, in the worst situation, if they killed Barron Trump, the retaliation wouldn't be going around and assassinating children around the world. It would be a retaliation towards the people who did that, because unlike them, we don't kill children.
Errol, stay with us while we get your thoughts on this next story. We want to turn our attention to Moscow, because we've also heard that apparently the CIA director has made a trip to Moscow. Now, the Kremlin have confirmed that John Ratcliffe met his Russian intelligence counterparts. Let's take a listen to Dmitry Peskov.
I
can only tell you that there were contacts between the special services. I can tell you that there were no meetings with the President of Russia. That is all I can tell you on this subject. Naturally, President Putin is briefed on everything immediately. Contacts between special services are, in themselves, a positive phenomenon. Such contacts often continue, even during the most difficult moments in bilateral relations. Our President has spoken about this as well. However, it is premature to say what overall impact this will have on the process of pulling our bilateral relations out of the deep crisis in which they currently are.
Now, we know that these are, even by Donald Trump's admission as well, somewhat significant. But seeing the CIA director make a trip in person like that, Errol, how significant is something like that? What's going on here?
I think it's very significant, and the tell is in the choreography, the fact that they asked the Ukrainians to pull back, to not be launching strikes during this time. The last time the CIA chief has visited there was Bern in 2021, right before the invasion. There has been some talks about Russia potentially trying to push further against NATO, and President Trump has come out and publicly rebuked that, but behind closed doors, that's a valid question. Is there perhaps rumblings that Russia is going to push in further? Ratcliffe also has a responsibility to the president to try to bring about peace. And oftentimes when you have diplomatic communication, you have official logs, records, pomp, and circumstance. And while that might be how things are done in Western Europe, that isn't how things are done in Moscow. And flying on a C-17 8 hours from Riga to sit down with the actual decision makers, I think, is probably a better way of doing things than going through the front door, which oftentimes is just greeted with politeness and continuation. So it obviously shows the United States is concerned about something Russia's either playing the door or indicated, but it's also not clear if there's perhaps some quid pro quo regarding Iran, if there's some pressure that can be put there in exchange for a certain thing. Russia has, of course, used up any goodwill they would have had with President Trump early on, so I can't imagine where that is. So I think that the visit probably doesn't look good for the Russians if the CIA is confidently landing there and trying to dictate some terms to them.
Yeah, and President Trump, just to reiterate what he said, it's semi-routine is how he's referred to this as well. And just news coming through that President Putin has moved to escalate the war in Ukraine with talks at a dead end. And that's just been reported at the moment. We don't have any further information on that. When you see all of these pieces coming together, a CIA director rather than a diplomat, and as again, we don't know what's been discussed. We've got so many things that could be part of the equation here. We've got the war in Ukraine, Russia's relationship with Iran, Americans detained in Russia. They are all potentially on the table. What would be your best read on why Ratcliffe would need to be in Moscow right now? What would be the reason, you think?
I think the best read is because the actionable, functional people are going to be the people who meet with Ratcliffe. And I think we've been sending Kushner, we've been sending Witkoff, we've been sending great diplomats, and they haven't been able to get the results there that they've been successful with in the Middle East or in other conflicts. And they're great at what they do, but this seems like it needs another level, and Ratcliffe and the CIA are bringing, that very high level gravitas of the U.S. government. They can make promises that actually can be kept on, and they speak with a lot more weight. And I think probably the reason is the United States is looking to end this war with Russia, and they want to find a way, and Russia is probably pushing for some continuation. So Ratcliffe is there as a threat, as a very clear threat to the Russians, that whatever they might be planning, we are aware of it, and they cannot go forward.
Well, Errol, thank you so much for your thoughts on both of those stories. Errol Moorcoach, thank you for joining us on W News.
Thank you for having me.
At least 14 newborns have died after a fire broke out at a state-run hospital in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed deep sorrow and ordered an immediate investigation. Emily Sue has this report.
Mourning families gathered outside a hospital in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, where a fire ripped through its maternity ward on Wednesday. All but one of the 15 newborn babies in the nursery were killed, according to hospital officials. One mother said her child was receiving intensive care.
I have a 3-day-old son. How can they say that all the children were burned when none of them were burned? They say we have to save the adults first. We saved them. Why were they saving adults? They could have got out on foot. Why didn't they save the children first? Why was the children's ward locked?
The fire began at 7 a.m. local time at the Pakistan Institute of Medical Sciences, one of Islamabad's largest public hospitals. One victim's father criticized the safety measures.
I wasn't even able to see my daughter, but the condition of the ward is bad. I've been going there for 8 days. The situation was absurd. My wife is in this building and is in much better condition. That building had no fire security, no proper exits. All doors were closed. Only one door was for us to visit our children. They kept the other doors locked because they feared we would come to see our children too often.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed his deepest condolences to the bereaved families and directed authorities to conduct an immediate investigation. He promised those responsible would face the strictest action. Local media cited rescue sources as saying the fire was likely caused by a short circuit in a malfunctioning air conditioning unit. Building fires are common in Pakistan, where safety regulations and building codes are routinely ignored or poorly enforced. In January, at least 65 people died after a massive fire swept through a crowded shopping complex in the southern port city of Karachi. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Now, devastating flash floods and mudslides have swept away buildings along the Nepal-Tibet border, with hundreds of people missing, including tourists. Search and rescue operations are underway as the death toll continues to climb. Nepal's foreign ministry has said the flood may have been caused by an earthquake that triggered an avalanche. Now, we can see on our screen right now some of these images showing the devastation after this massive flash flood and, of course, the mudslide as well. At the early stage, there is a lot of footage that we're seeing which has been taken from people's phones or from CCTV footage. The earliest report that we had was 31 people having been killed and hundreds of tourists missing, as we mentioned. There's more than 100 tourists from India, 12 reported to be from the UK as well, and those rescue operations are continuing at the moment. We'll keep you updated on that story, but let's hear more for some local witnesses who've been affected by the floods.
My brother-in-law had a liquor store here. I got a call from him this morning and they were crying and said their entire house had been swept away. 3 family members were rescued, but his brother is still missing. I saw around 9 trucks being swept away by the floods, including people. It's a heartbreaking incident. I've been teaching here for 18 years and I've never seen anything like this before.
Now, Fashion Bible Vanity Fair has revealed the best dressed list for 2026, and there's one entrant that certainly surprised me and may surprise you. 70-year-old Pope Leo has been praised for taking his dress sense to heavenly heights after being spotted in his Nike trainers and a baseball cap that he wears alongside the papal cassock. Not what we expected. We're going to get the thoughts and opinions on this of TV host and fashion expert Darren Kennedy joining us from Dublin. Darren, thanks for being on the show first and foremost. Well, Pope Leo, one of the best dressed people in the world. Did you have that on your 2026 bingo card? Because I did not.
Well, I'm not going to say I had it on my bingo card, let's be honest. I never expected Pope Leo to parade around in head-to-toe Prada. And I think that's the thing about this story, isn't it? It's less a fashion story and more a story about identity. And, you know, when we think of the Pope, it's one of the most iconic leaders in the world. And we're used to seeing him in his traditional garbs. And I think this is all about blending that centuries-old tradition with relaxed American informality, which makes it so relatable. And that's the thing about this story.
Well, what's nice about it, he's always been, since the very get-go, except for the very first time when he walked out, and you, as a fashion legend in your own right, will know that when he walked out, the robes he wore on the very first time we saw him were not the best-fitting robes, but apparently he just said he wanted to wear whatever was kind of available to him. But since then, he's kind of come into his own on this. And that, I guess, is somewhat what got him onto the list, because there is only so much you can do. I mean, he's wearing a papal cassock. He's kind of added his own accents to it to try and make that outfit more fashionable.
Well, that's it. And you know what? I think the real thing about this is I don't think it was intentional on his behalf. I genuinely don't. And I think what he's doing very naturally, and this is the thing that I think people are finding relatable, and the reason why he's making lists like this, is it is those glimpses of his ordinary humanity through his cap, through his Nike trainers, and blending that, merging that with garments that have centuries of tradition and are loaded in such religious iconography. And that's the thing about it. So it's kind of like, yes, he's respecting the role. Yes, he's respecting the tradition and the position that he has, but also he hasn't forgotten who he is and where he's from.
Now, we will say as well, we've seen obviously the trainers, you mentioned the Nike trainers, the baseball cap, all of that. He's flashes a personality that's kind of in there. He's been described by some as the TikTok Pope. He's kind of dragging the Catholic Church into the 21st century, it seems, with these little accents in there that are making him seem a little bit more personal, which seems to be working for him.
Yeah, I think it's landing very powerfully. I think really it's, you know, him making the list is really a cultural point, isn't it? I think as a society, we're moving away from this polish, from this perfection, from this hyper-curated image. And we're seeing what feels, at least from the outset, to be something that's very authentic, that's very sincere. And I think this is really symbolic of us it's a cultural moment. I think we're entering that era of sincerity. And on that front, he's nailed it.
Darren, tell us, though, there's a difference, right, between fashion and between style, because you don't necessarily need those expensive clothes, like we've seen that with the rise of things like Temu and Shein. You don't need the latest trends. You just need to know what works for you and what works for your body style, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the simplest way to put it is fashion is what we're presented a couple of times a year during fashion weeks. It's an industry. It's always giving us newness, and it's encouraging us to buy more garments. Style, on the other hand, isn't tied to trend. Someone who's very stylish could actually be quite a conservative person who doesn't change their look very often, but there's a consistency to it, there's a personality to it, and there's a uniqueness in it, in that someone is confident in what they're wearing, assuming it looks good. But I even think, you know, before we were chatting today, I was thinking about some of the most iconic styles that I can think of are not necessarily styles that I would want to wear myself, but I appreciate it. And that's what I think personal style is all about. And it is showing a little bit of flair, whatever that means to you.
Yeah, and again, when you talk about the flair, some of the people that were on that list, Vanity Fair had Bjork, Spike Lee were on there as well, and you think, okay, they deserve to be on there. Who do you think was not on the list who you think deserved to be on there? Because from my point of view, I think, well, what a waste. I've just bought all these Bad Bunny-style clothes from Temu, and I'm not going to get a chance to wear them now because he's not on the list.
Well, you know, Bad Bunny is right up there. And I don't think Bad Bunny is going to be injured either way on the style front in terms of not being on this list. I think he has absolutely cemented himself as one of this year's and indeed this decade's most stylish. Someone that I think isn't on the list that I would have liked to see on the list is the new Dutch Prime Minister, Rob Jetten. And I think he's really managed to acknowledge the authority of his position, but not lose himself within it. And it's very simple things, but if you look at his tailoring, it's contemporary tailoring. It's always very well fitted. He wears a broad peak lapel, which is something very of the now, and there's always a little flair of him. So I think he's someone who could absolutely be on that list.
Andy Burnham didn't make the list either, but he's too fresh into the post maybe. And we see Andy Burnham kind of dressing down, man of the people style and all that. Has he got a sense of style, a sense of fashion, Darren, do you think, Andy Burnham?
I would say he's got a very distinctive dad style, which works for him. And I feel it's very sincere to who he is as a person, not knowing him at all. I do think that he realizes the value and the power in what he's wearing. And that's something that we all should remember, including the Pope. And the Pope knows what he's doing, even though I think it comes very natural to him.
Darren, if Pope Leo rang you up tomorrow morning, as he very well might, and said, listen, Darren, I need a new stylist, I need some help with this, what's the first thing you're changing for Pope Leo? Or do you think you just leave well and good alone? You're doing fine as it is, Pope Leo, don't stress about it.
You know, I think I'd say, Leo, thank you so much, but I am booked and busy. You've got this covered. You do not need my help. If you want some colour contrasting, talk to me, but he's got it covered.
I mean, he's totally in contrast when you look at Cardinal Ratzinger, who went on to become Pope Benedict XVI. It's a totally different kind of an old school style versus a very now and trendy and cool kind of a style that we had with Pope Francis. And he's kind of blending the two together, which I think is somewhat working for him, right?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why he was elected in the first place is, he does represent and I'm going to use the word contemporary, but it is contemporary for a Pope. And that's the thing. And I personally, I enjoy it. It's nice to see that reflected, isn't it? It just feels much more relatable. Who doesn't own a pair of Nike trainers?
I can't. I'm pretty sure there's one's knocking around somewhere. I'm not sure, Darren. I didn't want to upset you by saying I do. Darren Kennedy in Dublin, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
And a reminder of our top stories this evening. Marco Rubio says the US is not planning any military strikes on Iran as the focus shifts to economic sanctions. The US Secret Service investigate an Iranian threat on Baron Trump's son, Baron Trump, as the video appears on the country's media. At least 95 people are dead and hundreds of others are missing after massive flash floods in the Nepal-Tibet border. And 14 newborn babies have died after a fire breaks out at a hospital in Islamabad. And that's all from us for now on W News. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
Following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English. Trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the Declaration and the impact, given its significance and to the whole world, I would say.
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli, bizarrely. That wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, You know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years that the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favour of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realised, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with, they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to this special interview on The Real Deal. Today we're looking at the company Napster. Yes, the Napster that allowed a whole generation in the 1990s to swap MP3s for free and nearly broke the music industry in doing so. Well, today Napster does not stream a single song. Since January, the brand has been betting on everything on agentic AI. And what is that, I hear you ask? Well, I'll be putting that very question to the company in just a moment. But just to give you a clue, it's essentially an AI companion that offers real-time co-creation tools. Well, joining me now is Sam Huber, the Middle East North Africa CEO and Global President at Napster. We're going to be talking about what's left of the old Napster and what the future of the brand looks like. A very warm welcome to you, Sam. Let me put that question straight to you. What is Napster today?
Thanks for having me. Well, the first thing to note is that the old Napster, the music Napster, obviously was a separate company from a legal standpoint. And what survived of it after multiple iteration is the brand. The brand of Napster was extremely strong, is still, very a brand that people remember and that brings back a lot of memory, but also because it stood for revolution, for challenge. This is a brand that always sided with the user and that told the labels, music labels 25 years ago, that there will be another way to access music and we didn't have to go through those gatekeepers. And essentially we like the brand. This is why we acquired the brand. We acquired the company because we think that what it did for music 25 years ago, we are doing it for technology and for artificial intelligence today. There's a lot of big companies that essentially act as the gatekeepers. In technology, they ask you to trust them with your data and they give you an AI model back. But at the end of the day, who owns the data? And so we want to side with the users in that fight. We want to become a challenger brand when it comes to AI. And so we felt that Napster really embodied this fight and this mission that we have and that we set upon to succeed.
Right, so the Napster name lives on. The Napster logo lives on. Is it a cat with headphones on? I think it is. Or a fox. I can't quite remember which.
It's a modern version of that, yes.
It's a modern version of that. And it's got nothing to do with music and everything to do with AI. What would you say the value of that brand is? Can you put a value on it?
I mean, we acquired the brand about a year ago for about $200 million. Definitely the brand is more valuable now. You know, we've managed to scale the company. We have close to 250 people globally and setting up a big presence here in the Middle East. It's still the very beginning of the race to AI, you know, when it comes to adoption, mainly in the enterprise space. So the brand is definitely going to pick up a lot of value over the next couple of years.
In the same way that the music industry and the music streaming business became a pretty crowded market, I mean, the same could be said of AI and AI tools. You're in the market with a lot of other players. What's going to set Napster apart?
Yeah, I think we have a very unique approach when it comes to AI. We see a lot of other companies, and we think that there's two layers to what makes a great AI tool. The first one is obviously the intelligence layer, and every company is working on that. Their models are getting better and better, right? We've all used it. The part that is completely neglected is what we call the user interface layer, which is how are we actually going to engage with AI? And right now, whether it's, you know, Google or Anthropic or all the big players, the way you interact with these incredible models is through a chatbot. You have to think about a prompt, you type a prompt, you get an output. If we project ourselves 5-10 years from now, we really don't think that this is how we will interact with AI. AI will be part of our daily lives. It's going to become like electricity, right? It's going to be everywhere, like the internet around us. You can access the internet from multiple devices. So AI is going to be the same. So our focus at a high level is really building that interface. How are we going to interact with those models? So we're not trying to compete with the models, but we're building additional tools and interfaces and even hardware on top to make this experience more natural and better. And in practice, how it looks like is we have every agent that we create, which are essentially AI that can do things for you. They all have a name, they have a face. They're essentially more people than software. They have persistent memory. And so they really become coworkers, people that you can talk to, because this is how we are used to engage in the workplace. We're not really made to talk to machines. We're made to talk to coworkers, bounce ideas, get something back, instruct them to do something, and then work together towards a goal. So we're trying to make AI more human. That's essentially what we do. And these agents can then be trained on your data, and they can act as coworkers to help you do things and grow your business.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself there, it's a matter of time, isn't it, before the director of marketing or the GM finance in a company is in fact an AI bot, for lack of a better word. I want to talk to you a bit about your presence in this region, specifically in Saudi Arabia. What is the scale and the scope of Napster's presence here in Saudi?
So we've been on the ground. I've been in the Middle East region for about 4 years. We've had a team in Saudi for the last about a year now. We are really now starting to see the fruits of that labor, being on the ground, building local partnerships. So we have a big ambition, which is to create 500 jobs in Saudi by 2030. That's our goal. That's what we're putting together, the foundation of that right now. And the focus so far has been to build relationships and partnerships with some of the key companies in the space and really build a solution that is localized to the region. One of the things that we are finding is the region has very strict policies when it comes to data sovereignty, which is great, right? Having models built here, making sure the data doesn't leak, protecting the customers in that way. But at the same time, a lot of the frontier models are actually not deployed in the region. And so we had to do a lot of infrastructure partnership and investments to make sure that Napster can actually be the first fully compliant, sovereign agentic AI company in Saudi to be able to serve the local customers.
I'm going to be asking you about some of those partnerships and agreements in just a moment in a bit more detail, but I want to ask you first what advantages you see. What advantages would you say Saudi Arabia has when it comes to the AI space?
I mean, it's an incredible forward-thinking market. We see that a lot of that stems from the global strategy that has been set, right? If you Google it, there's a clear strategy for AI, what the country wants to achieve, how many jobs want to be created, how much of a contribution to the GDP of the country should AI be. So that clear vision kind of aligns all the stakeholder underneath and makes it pretty clear what you need to do if you want to contribute. So we like that approach a lot. It's not only very motivating, but it helps also align incentives and parties. So it means that if you're a builder and if you build a solution, you know that you're going to find customers because everyone has to make that strategy come true. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been aligning our technology, localizing our models. You know, if you use our AI agents in Saudi, you will see that they look and feel like Saudi nationals. They have the right dress code, they have the right accent, the right dialects. All of these little things put together mean that we are really building a solution for the region. We're not just, a company coming from the outside and trying to sell locally. We actually built here and made for the region.
Okay, now let's talk about those agreements. Some of the headline deals between Napster and other companies include Takamul and Lenovo here in Saudi Arabia. Any details you can share on those?
Yeah, so as I said, right, those are big companies. Takamul is an innovation arm in Saudi. They essentially are tasked to find partners to help the government deliver on their innovation roadmap. And we've been working with them on several things and several projects. And Lenovo is more on the infrastructure side. We have different engagement with them, but essentially their team is also acting as a way to go to market in the Saudi region. So we're trying to expand the resources that we have and work with local partners that see the world the same way that we do to make a bigger impact in the region.
I don't know if it's possible, but can you calculate roughly what your market share is in Saudi Arabia?
I think it'll be difficult. I mean, there's just, the main thing is there's not a lot of AI agents that have been scaled in production. There's a lot of POCs, proof of concept, right? A lot of demos being created. But if you go to any company, any business, very few actually have been rolling out AI agent at scale and can point to tangible ROI. That is our focus at Napster. We want to go past the demo. We want to go past the hype. Everyone can build a cool demo of an AI agent that, talks to you, but can you make that actually helpful for companies? And so we found that the way to do that is really to partner with those businesses. This is what we're doing with Lenovo and the others. We spend time with them. We understand the challenges, and we really think of these agents like people, like employees, hires that you have to make. So they have to be placed in the right spot. They have to be trained on the right data to actually be able to have an impact. So we're now starting to see the result of that, the ROI of that. And on top of that, we have, as I mentioned, the first infrastructure guaranteeing that we are fully compliant. The data does not leave the boundary of the countries. No other companies can do that because we're the only ones who have our own models there through our infrastructure partnership. So the market share will be very high, but the total market is going to grow exponentially over the next couple of years. And that's really what is exciting.
So it sounds like you've got no one specific target audience, a really broad audience. I mean, is there such a thing as your typical end consumer?
Yes, there is. I mean, we focus on businesses, right? So this is mainly a B2B solution. It's true that we're not focusing on a specific vertical. There's a lot of companies out there that could sell you a marketing agent or a finance agent. We just don't think that this approach to have those agents work in silos is something that is going to work, because what is going to happen is you have companies, I call them Frankenstein companies, because they've patched multiple agents. The marketing department hired an agent to do something. The finance department hired an agent to do something else. But these agents do not talk to each other. They almost they can't communicate because they're from different companies. And so as a result, they're not aligned with the global priorities of the company. They might be aligned with the department priority, which might clash with the overall company priority. So we don't think this is a way to do it. We think that these agents that you can plug in 5 minutes, you can also remove them in 5 minutes. The impact is not there. So we provide this centralized operating system. All the agents talk to each other. They're part of the same system and they coexist with humans. This is another very important point. We do not believe that AI is going to replace people. we believe that they're going to augment people. So we share the same vision that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has, which is a vision of abundance, that the goal of AI is not to do the same with less, it's actually to do more. And so this is why we're building our solution in this way.
That's some reassurance, probably for our viewers who must be wondering whether they're going to be out of a job with Napster and others like you coming to town. I mean, do you think perhaps AI has more applications still in the kind of back office field? And by that I mean sort of, in your particular example, tech support, or maybe in the finance department, or when it comes to perhaps doing some of the more sort of procedural things? Or do you think it's more in the creative realm? Where do you see it more applicable at this stage?
I think this was the low-hanging fruits. This was the obvious way to get started. And there's really two ways that you can deploy AI. The number one way, which is what everyone's doing, is to think about internal productivity. So, you're doing 10 million a year with 100 people. How can you do 10 million a year with 50 people? This is how people think about it. That's not how we think about it. We think this is a very destructive and reductive mentality, because there's only a limited amount of efficiencies that you can find. What's more exciting is to think, okay, we're making this amount in revenue. How can we triple the size of the company, quadruple the size of the company in a way that we wouldn't be able to do organically, because we don't have the resources to hire actual humans, but we could deploy agents that are managed by humans to expand the marketing team from 2 people to 10 people plus agents. So this is how we're thinking about it. Again, it's this idea that AI is really here to create abundance and help us do more and generate more revenue and grow businesses and help more people. And so, from that perspective, this is the way that we think of AI. And so AI can be used to talk to customers. We have this great case study with Formula One, one of our global clients, where we've been deploying an agent on their website to sell tickets. So this is not about finding efficiencies or to cut jobs. It's to help customer, actually book tickets and help them with their order faster. And that has yielded incredible results. So there are ways to deploy AI in a positive way, which doesn't mean that, we're cutting down jobs or we're actually cutting down the size of the economy.
Right. It sounds like improving what's there, augmenting what humans can do, and obviously boosting productivity. And when you speak to clients or potential clients, do you have any numbers in mind that you can put past them and say, if you adopt our offering, you'll see productivity increase by X%? Do you have a number you can give us?
We have, yes. Obviously, it's different for every client. And again, we're not going to plaster a number that is the same for everybody. That would be disingenuous. A lot of other companies do that, but we really believe that the way you deploy AI is the same way that you hire people. So it has to be done thoughtfully and in the right way. But just to give you an example, with other clients, we were able to increase the average cart value by 56%. So the average order is 56% higher because you have an AI agent that is able to upsell the right product at the right time in a way that people organically on the website might not be aware that those things can be brought together. So this is one of the examples. We've also had increase in engagement and productivity of 35%, which means that you can essentially do 35% more with the same resources. Again, it depends on the use case, depends on the industry. But if you deploy AI the right way, you can find actual gains. And I think this is the next frontier that every company in the region, but also globally, has to prove. Every company has invested money. Now, where's the return? Where's the ROI? And very few companies are able to actually show the numbers.
Okay, I was going to ask you whether Napster would consider a return to the music world, but it doesn't sound like you've got any plans in that direction at all. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Just a last question. I mean, do you think people who are familiar with Napster and the way it used to work in the old days when it was a music streaming business will have any sense of familiarity or a sense of feeling at home when they use this new AI platform?
I mean, it's a different company, different offering. I think it's the brand definitely is there. Every time we mention Napster, like Like when you saw the name, it brought memories, and it's a brand that has a lot of emotion attached to it, because it kind of broke down the gatekeepers of music, enabled a whole generation to access music a different way. And by the way, the Spotify and Apple Music wouldn't exist if it was for Napster. Napster really pioneered the way. So I think from that perspective, the brand is very strong, and we hope to make a similar impact, but an order of magnitude higher, because this time it's not just the rights of music that are at stake. It's the right of you owning your own data, having access to intelligence in a way that is not just gatekept by some big companies, but anyone should be able to access that. Every business should be able to own their data and, be able to use this incredible tool to their advantage.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and for telling us about this new incarnation of Napster. Sam Huber, the Middle East North Africa CEO and Global President of Napster. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Washington. So much to do, so much to see in Washington, D.C. The city is considered one of the most popular tourist destinations in the United States. It's got historical landmarks, parks, and neighborhoods, each with a mix of attractions and activities to offer. The national monuments are definitely must-sees in D.C. Popular ones are the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and the World War II Memorial. These are places that say a lot about the country's history and national heroes. Washington, D.C. has got up to 19 museums that cover subjects from art to space exploration. There are also interactive exhibitions on schedule that's fit for the entire family to enjoy. The 3 houses of the government are also key places to visit. These are the White House, the Capitol, and the Supreme Court. Impressive buildings on the outside, these are also places for you to understand about the U.S. government and history. Meanwhile, in Georgetown, you'll find a shopper's paradise. It is considered D.C.'s historic waterfront that's always busy with activity. Aside from the shopping, the place is lined with restaurants too. You'll find one of every cuisine practically known to the world. And then, of course, there are the majestic views. The Potomac River is a favorite as well. Definitely worth the stroll around the city. Washington, D.C. also has its own historic park. It offers a nice recluse from the busy city life. You can simply take a stroll around, go biking or kayaking, or you can take a tour and learn about its history. The National Park also serves as venue for all things music. Pop, country, folk, blues, orchestra, dance, theater, and opera. You name it, they've got it. The place is also known for hosting innovative performance art and multimedia presentations there. For a taste of the city's culture, catch a theatrical production at the JFK Center for Performing Arts. You'll definitely witness entertainment at its finest. Aside from the shows, there are guided tours as well, where you'll explore the paintings, sculptures, and other works of art around the center. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Gorée is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Counterpoints always brings you diverse perspectives, and this week we have an episode coming to you from Minsk in Belarus. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and I sat down with the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. In this exclusive and wide-ranging interview, we discuss the wars in Ukraine and Iran, thawing of tensions with the US, nuclear disarmament, and the burgeoning partnerships with Gulf states. President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. It's a pleasure to have this time with you.
Очень приятно.
President, we are meeting here in Minsk during what is a very unstable time in our global world. There are more global conflicts now than at any time since World War II. Do you consider yourself an optimist or a pessimist about the world that we currently live in, sir?
50-50. Сейчас ситуация такая, но я...
It's very nice to hear that it's 50-50. That's how the situation looks at the moment. But I would like to remain optimistic. You and I, and all of us, want to live good, normal lives in a calm country, as Belarus is. And I believe Australia, where most people live and work, is also a very nice place. As for New Zealand, I have never visited this country, but I believe it is very similar to Belarus. We all want to live in peace, in a good world, in a good country where, as you rightly said, people can work and still have time to rest.
Unfortunately, for where our network is coming to our audience from, Al Arabiya, we're based in Riyadh. We live in an unstable region at this point in time. You yourself are in an unstable region. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 4 years, and it seems like there's not a huge hope in sight at present for peace. What do you think is preventing a peace deal, and what does a lasting peace look like for your region?
Ну, вы знаете, у нас очень точно и правильно говорят, что надежда умирает последней.
Well, you know, we usually say that hope dies last, and we never lose hope. And you are right to note that we are living now in regions that are probably the most dangerous in the world, where wars are taking place. So sometimes all you can do is hope, simply hope. And the hope for peace is always present. It's a classic idea, and not just a classic because it is a rule. There is always hope for peace. We always hope for peace. Our history proves that. Unlike your homeland, we have always lived here in this pot, and it has been boiling all the time at the crossroads of Asia and Europe. All of the most tragic wars and conflicts have occurred right here. We have taken part in wars that were not ours, but they were fought on our territory. And Australia, as we say,
is at the end of the planet as we see it. It has always been calm, although that is only relatively true. Of course, something is always happening everywhere. Maybe not worse, but you certainly have some natural disasters that you know quite well compared to us. The world is unstable now, and it is because of people. It is not God who gave us these wars. It is we who have entered them. That is why we need to think how to stop these wars. And of course, what lies behind your question, not only the question of hope, but also whether we can stop these wars, especially here in our region, and not only in our region, but in yours as well, in the Middle East. I believe that we have this opportunity. It is very, very possible, even more possible now than it was before. And it depends on the will of a few people. And if that will and desire exists, these wars can be ended this year. And even the conflict between Russia and Ukraine can be ended this year. And if we speak about the Middle East, there are no other options. There are no other options for stopping the war. The war will be stopped this year, I hope even sooner, especially the tensions between the United States of America and Iran. But I do not believe that this is a war between the Americans and the Iranians. It is a war between Israel and Iran, into which the Americans became involved because of the position and policies of certain leaders in the United States of America. But the reality is, this war is going to stop. And I know the stance of the President of the United States of America, who carries a great deal of weight in this confrontation. He is focused on bringing this war to an end. And I would like to highlight once again that there is no other way out, no other solution. And this is what makes the conflict around the Strait of Hormuz different to the conflict in Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine is a much more difficult one. So the circumstances themselves make it necessary for the leadership of America to stop their military pressure on Iran. And Israel's actions will depend on the stance of the United States of America. That's why this year, I believe these conflicts can be stopped. And it's not a hope, I'm sure they will be stopped.
You've raised the conflict in Iran, so perhaps I'll jump to that and we can get into that more deeply, and then we can return to Ukraine. Because I feel like you're saying there that you think that the US can stop the conflict with Iran. Do you think the US can make Israel stop its aggression as well? Does Donald Trump have that power?
Of course it can, and some recent developments do support that. You know, there has been a conflict between Trump and Netanyahu in the media, where Trump, in his own manner, said that Netanyahu was still attacking Lebanon. But one of Iran's conditions was that Lebanon should not be attacked while efforts to reach an agreement were underway. And Trump, in his own manner, stepped in when military actions were taking place in Lebanon. And when Trump took notice of that, something happened. They managed to stop the conflict. And that proved that Israel is fully dependent on the United States of America. And Donald Trump was right when he said that if Israel did not listen to him, it would be left alone. And Israel is afraid of that because it is located not far from Iran, and Iran has all of the capabilities and means to strike Israel. And if there are no American missiles in Israel used by Israel, then that defense system will be broken, and they will see and experience things they would never want to experience. So recent actions and recent developments do prove that Israel is dependent on the United States of America. And that is understandable even without these recent developments. Israel is not a country with colossal resources compared to, for example, with Russia in the conflict with Ukraine. That would allow it to wage war with Iran, especially taking into account that Israel is surrounded by the Muslim world? Yes, it is. The peoples are different, and they cannot come to unity in that region. But I always say war is unpredictable. It can lead to situations that could have never have been predicted. So Israel must be a little more careful. They already have a bad reputation in the world because of the bombing of Gaza. It is a Holocaust. Why do we speak about the Holocaust suffered by the Israelis while they themselves have killed so many people? Women, and above all children, have died in the Gaza Strip. It was simply wiped off the face of the earth. And they are trying to build a resort on the land where these people were killed. So we say that Israel has to start thinking about its future, because otherwise, even nuclear weapons will not help them. And why does Iran need nuclear weapons? If we look at it from the point of view of justice, the United States of America does have nuclear weapons, of course, the most powerful weapons. They have had them for a long time, and yet Israel remains quiet about owning nuclear weapons. So people can ask, why can't we have nuclear weapons as well? Especially when there are countries, such as India and Pakistan, which are nuclear states. Why can't Iran have nuclear weapons? If we look at this from the point of view of justice, then let us get rid of all of the nuclear weapons in the world, but slowly. And if it is a deterrence factor, a factor that prevents anyone from attacking your country when you possess nuclear weapons, then Iran and other countries have the right to own nuclear weapons in order to protect themselves. That is if we are talking about the nuclear issue. And if we talk about the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, I do not think the Iranians want to stop everything in the strait. It is not in their interest. Because if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, the wealthy Gulf countries will find another way. They will simply build pipelines through Oman to the Indian Ocean and then use the Indian Ocean to load their tankers and so on. So this is not in Iran's interest. They want compensation for the aggression that was carried out against their country, and we do understand them. So Israel and the United States of America, the countries that attacked Iran, need to start thinking about compensating for the damage. There are many challenges that need to be addressed, and they can only be resolved at the negotiating table. There is no military solution for either of these conflicts. Not in Ukraine and not in the Middle East. There is no military solution to either situation. So we need to keep cool heads and understand that a lot of innocent people are going to die.
You raised the nuclear issue there, and this has obviously been a prominent factor, not just in the start of this particular conflict, but in a deal to end it as well. Despite the US efforts, do you think that this conflict has encouraged rather than deterred more countries to seek nuclear weapons or to seek a nuclear umbrella?
Well, yes, a lot of countries talk about this openly, but this is a road to nowhere, a road to destruction. Because if you have a gun, it may not be used for some time. Guns are made to shoot. Sooner or later, they will be used. So that is why we are talking about it. Nuclear weapons are a deterrence factor, and probably the situation you have described is true today, although I have not studied the topic in great detail. But the countries of the world, all countries of the world, should not have nuclear weapons because this is a road to nowhere. The world could simply cease to exist one day. This is why I do not support all countries possessing nuclear weapons. I am in favour of disarmament, nuclear disarmament, by all parties, Russia, India, Pakistan and the United States of America, and all other countries. It should apply to everyone. So, bombing Iran will not stop the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran. On the contrary, It may even encourage them to pursue them. If we look deeper into the conflict, there are many reasons behind this. And one of the mistakes by the United States of America and Israel is that they have united what was previously a quiet, fragmented Iranian society. Iranian society was not as united before as it is now, and that is a mistake. And I am sure that the development and production of nuclear weapons in Iran, if it had existed, will continue. Because the other mistake, the second mistake by the Americans, was not agreeing to a proposal that, according to information I received from media sources, Iran had made. Iran offered to transfer the nuclear materials used for producing weapons to China and Russia. So why did the Americans not agree to Iran transferring this enriched uranium to China? Why did they not agree on that? Because China is a nuclear power, it produces nuclear fuel, and no one forbids China from doing so. They could have done it. Would it have given China such a great advantage? Because China does not have as many nuclear missiles as Russia and the United States of America. So, perhaps it should have been transferred to China, where it would have been under control. I can give you an example from Belarus. Belarus possesses nuclear material, but it is under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency. We agreed to this arrangement some time ago. As a result, the international community does not object to the fact that Belarus possesses these materials, because they are under the international oversight and control, and there has been no serious concerns about that. The IAEA controls it, and the same could have happened with China. If that enriched uranium or polonium could have contributed to the production of new missiles in China, well, an additional 10 missiles would not have been a problem. But the Americans were very stubborn. They simply said no. Why? Why would you take it to China? Because it is our main rival? And yes, we acknowledge that fact. China is a rival, and it is developing at a much faster pace than the United States of America. Iran could have transferred the material to China. Iran is not going to give it to the United States of America. Never. That is based on politics and ideology. How can they give these materials to what they see as the aggressor? That is why I believe that these relatively minor issues were what prevented a resolution in the conflict. And it is the Israelis and the Americans who are to blame for that. I think they will find a solution. I think they will resolve the issue because they have no other way out. Otherwise, the Americans will turn another region into a rival rather than an ally. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE are all in favor of stopping this war and to start normal relations. All of the above mentioned countries, perhaps plus one or two others, have told Trump that. They have said to him, "We do not want a war there, and you know why." So the circumstances are pushing Americans towards a diplomatic solution to stop the war.
You say that the US should have accepted particular terms to make a deal earlier, but President Trump has accused Iran of taking too long to agree to a deal. Do you think Iran has dragged its feet? Should they be faster to come back to the negotiating table and agree to a deal with the US?
First of all, it should have happened faster. To use your terminology, the United States should have acted more quickly. And there should have been less talk and less advice from its advisors. There should have been action. In this case, much depends not on Iran, but on the United States. To be objective, we should say that Iran is working with its allies, Russia and China, and they are trying to persuade Iran to make a deal and stop this conflict. And this conflict, in comparison with the conflict in Ukraine, influences the economy, and the economy of ordinary people, the economy of entire countries. Iran is simply responding and reacting to the actions of the United States, which is prolonging this conflict. And the Iranian authorities are doing the same as the Americans. That is what we see on the surface. But we do not see the deeper reasons, because they may be different forces and tendencies beneath it. In the United States, something can be said in the morning, and something completely different can be said in the evening. This is why it is so difficult to understand what is really going on. I would like to propose to analyze the objective reasons which influence the conflicting parties, the United States, Israel and Iran. But objective reasons push to the end of this conflict.
Тому, чтобы конфликт этот был закончен.
The Middle East is certainly experiencing a considerable reorientation as a result. You talked about the Gulf states who have been trying to lobby for an end to this war. Iran regularly targeted US allies during this conflict. Do you think that Iran's actions have raised questions about their willingness for peace in the Middle East? And do you think it's raised questions about the US's ability to defend their allies in the Middle East?
Вы правильно расставили эти акценты.
You are putting emphasis in the right places. Yes, Russia and China are encouraging Iran, as is India, to stop this conflict. Pakistan, by the way, has also held negotiations, and they are encouraging Iran in a friendly way to make a deal. On the other hand, as I've already mentioned, and as I know for sure, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Bahrain and the UAE, and all of the Gulf states have told Trump they want this conflict to be resolved diplomatically. These are wealthy and influential countries. With Iran, they have some serious disagreements, and of course they are not friends. But the authorities of the United Arab Emirates actually told the United States and Trump that it is necessary to negotiate and to stop this war. And it is clear why. This is why they are allies of the United States and indirectly of Israel, but primarily the United States. Muslim countries have never been allies of Israel, but because they host American military bases on their territory, they are allies of the United States. So the parties to this conflict are being pushed by different countries to stop this war. But Iran has attacked United States military bases located in the Persian Gulf, in Arab countries. So from Iran's point of view, they are acting appropriately because this is a war. And drones launched by Iran sometimes also strike residential areas where civilians live. But this is one of the drawbacks of these drones. It can also be the result of signal jamming and other technical factors. There are different reasons why drones end up striking areas that were not their intended targets. We see the same situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. These are also parties to the conflict, but drones also enter airspace of the Republic of Belarus. One drone from Ukraine actually entered Belarusian airspace and exploded here. So the same happens in the Middle East. Iran attacks military bases of the United States because, from Iran's point of view, the United States is the aggressor that attacked Iran. That is why, from their point of view, there is a certain logic to it. So yes, on the one hand, there is Israel and the United States, and on the other hand, there is Iran, and they are in conflict. At the same time, they are being pushed by other countries towards a peaceful solution. As you mentioned, peace is being reshaped in the Middle East. I think this is a temporary phenomenon, to some extent. But the situation will never be the same as it was before. It is being reshaped. The world will never be the same as it was before this conflict. So when we start a conflict, we should always think about the aftermath. For example, the United States attacked Iran, and what was the result? None of the problems that were raised were resolved. None of the goals of the United States sought to achieve were accomplished. On the contrary, the opposite happened. That is why, whenever you intervene in the affairs of another country or attack another country, you should think about the consequences and the outcome. Iran cannot be defeated. You can destroy certain things in Iran, and there could be a ground operation. But the United States will never launch a large-scale ground operation or even a limited one, because it could result in thousands of American soldiers being killed. And America could not withstand that, given the situation that is unfolding in the United States today, the opposition to the authorities and the ruling Republican Party.
So do you think that the US made a fundamental miscalculation in this conflict?
It is a fatal miscalculation. It is a fatal error of the United States. They shouldn't have done that.
Do you think the US did it of their own volition, or were they coerced, to say the least, by an ally?
Well, look, Israel actually got United States involved in this war. I know. I do not know whether that is a minor point or a major one. Time will tell. But the United States is not the kind of country that can be dragged into a war by a third party. So if the United States did not want to get involved, it would have not become involved. They think they can solve any problem through military operations. But it is not like that. So yes, Israel provoked the United States. The Israel lobby in the US, the Jewish lobby, is very strong in the United States. They are rich and powerful people in the United States, and they do have influence. But you are the president. You have national security advisors, the Department of Defense, the State Department, and other institutions. They should also have advised something more reasonable. The United States is not a country that lacks influence. That is why Israel could not simply draw this powerful country, the United States, into the conflict. The Americans wanted to become involved in this war.
Belarus has found itself in the media a lot these past few weeks, primarily because Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned that Russia is planning to launch a new offensive on Ukraine from Belarus. Has President Putin raised this prospect with you? Is he pushing to open a new front from Belarus?
Да, мы такую проблему обсуждали, но только не в том ключе.
Yes, we discussed the issue with Putin, but not in the way the mass media discuss it. We often spoke with President Putin about the fact that it is inadmissible for the war in Ukraine to spill over into Belarus. First and foremost, Belarus, we do not want to enter the war. Belarus is vulnerable from a military point of view if Ukraine starts attacking Belarus as it attacks Russia. Because from this perspective of the Ukrainian armed forces, Belarus is within immediate reach. And we understand that all of our logistics and production facilities could come under attack. And by the way, Ukraine has stated that it already has 500 targets in the territory of Belarus. Belarusians do not want war, because Belarusians suffered greatly in previous wars. Many civilians were killed. And thirdly, if Russia were to attack Kiev from the territory of Belarus, then the front line for Russia, and consequently for Belarus, would expand by 1,500 kilometers along the Belarusian-Russian and the Belarusian-Ukrainian borders. We cannot protect this part of the border, especially if NATO armed forces, NATO troops, and the countries that support Ukraine were to deploy their troops on Ukrainian territory. Then this war would become a war between Belarus and Russia on one side and the NATO bloc on the other. I do not exclude the possibility that this could happen, but there are other aspects as well, humanitarian aspects and so on. For example, our families. I received information from the Belarusian intelligence services, which analysed public opinion in Ukraine and the views of Belarusians regarding this conflict. There are many Belarusians who have family members in Ukraine, and there are many Ukrainians living in Belarus with their families, and there are children. Earlier, we did not really have borders, and people crossed them freely without visas. I travel to Ukraine. Even my ancestors have Ukrainian roots. Some of my ancestors lived in the area between Chernihiv and Kiev. And of course, we discussed this issue with Putin because it was always present in the media environment, and I am sincere about that. I can sincerely say what Putin told me. We understand that the involvement of Belarus in this war, in this conflict, is impossible because it would cause even more damage. So that is the answer to this question. But I would also like to say that the mass media sometimes exaggerate this topic. And Zelensky, in fact, supported that narrative in the media, and he has begun taking actions against Belarus. At first I wondered, why was he doing this? Because I am sure that he receives information from his armed forces that there is no threat from the Republic of Belarus. I am sure that he understands that. But nevertheless, he continues to make these statements. And I think that the West is pushing Zelensky to make these announcements and declarations. Because Zelensky himself never stated that Russia was going to attack from Belarus. There were no such declarations. But the Europeans were very worried about that. And that is why they influenced Zelensky. They said to him, "Why are you remaining silent? We are talking about this danger, and yet you are saying nothing." And that is why he has made these statements and announcements.
So we see President Zelensky fortifying more of Ukraine's northern border. Do you then feel as if perhaps it's more of a show to his Western allies than it is a reaction to a real threat?
Нет, он не стягивает никакие туда ресурсы.
No. He is not fortifying the northern border. First of all, we have noticed that ourselves. On the contrary, when the mass media picked up this story and amplified it to the highest level, the Ukrainian forces that were stationed there, mainly territorial defense forces, meaning local civilians, moved about 40 kilometers away from the border into the rear. And you are saying that he is fortifying the northern border. Even if he wanted to fortify it, he does not have the capability to do so. The West is telling him that he does not need more weapons, he needs more people. He does not have enough personnel on the front line. So how can he fortify the northern border? Where would he get these people from? Because he cannot take them away from the areas where they are fighting now, and those front lines stretch for thousands of kilometers. Donbass, Zaporozhye, the Kharkiv region, or Luhansk. He cannot take forces and personnel away from those areas and deploy them to the northern border. So we understand who is facing us there. They are former mechanics, ordinary people working for the benefit of their country. Many of them are not properly trained to shoot. And we are going to attack them with our professional army? Of course not. So he cannot fortify the northern border. And I believe that even if an offensive had started from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, Ukraine would have little to which respond, apart from UAVs. Of course, drones would attack our civilian locations and our enterprises, Ukraine does not have enough people, and that is what defines the situation this year. Of course, the Russians have sometimes faced manpower shortages, but we believe their situation cannot be compared with that of Ukraine. Yes, they also have shortages, but this is the most important issue in this conflict. People. There are simply no more people.
Does Ukraine have anything to fear from Belarus?
Абсолютно ничего.
Of course not. Nothing is threatening them, and they know that. The military know that, and the civilians know that as well. But for certain political ambitions, the issue has been kept alive.
Do you think NATO is being provocative in that case then? Or maybe the European allies of Ukraine? Are they stirring the pot, do you feel?
Ну, я не скажу, что НАТО заваривает эту кашу.
Well, I would not say that NATO is stirring the pot, but it would be very dangerous for NATO to intervene directly in the conflict in Ukraine because it could not lead to just a simple escalation. It could provoke a nuclear conflict. And that would mean the end of Europe or even the end of the world. And that is not in the interest of the United States of America either. Even though it is far away from us, the United States is separated from us by an ocean. So it is not in everyone's interest. That is why we do not believe that NATO is actively stirring the pot. Of course, some countries occasionally seem eager to become involved in a small war. Some countries, including our neighbours, are acting inadequately. In our view, they are completely inadequate in their actions. They appear to be counting on the idea that, if a war starts, Germans and French people will fight against Russia. And they, our neighbours, are not going to be on the front line. Of course, that is not going to happen. The Americans are not idiots. They understand that, and the Western countries understand that as well. As we see it, they prefer to fight from behind, from the rear. But nothing can be achieved by that method. Well, some people would like to provoke some kind of NATO involvement, but I do not believe that is the overall position or the stance of the NATO leadership. Of course, you can point to the recent statements of the Big Three, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, and to what they have said, including their list of 5 points for Russia. I have been thinking about those 5 points. The leading European countries are asking Russia to take the most extreme measures, and that is unbelievable. It's not going to happen. And we believe the European countries are now eager to start a dialogue. At the beginning of any dialogue, at the start of negotiations, both sides usually ask for as much as they can get. That gives both sides room to move later. So I believe that this is a position for the start of negotiations. The position of the Russian Federation has also been announced, and they need to sit down at the negotiating table and work through their positions, and they need to compromise. And if we want this war to end, that should happen.
You say there needs to be compromises to bring this war to an end. What does a successful deal look like to your mind, do you think?
Успешная сделка будет только тогда.
Well, a successful agreement can only be achieved when both sides understand how many people have died in this war. Only then can something happen. It is not enough for Putin or the leadership alone to understand that this is already a dead end. Everyone has to understand it. Because the next step is escalation. Horrible escalation. And if everyone understands that, then we can achieve a compromise. What exact steps could be taken to reach that compromise? Well, I do have a position on this, but I do not want to get into it, because these issues will be discussed at the negotiating table. It is not for me to participate there, but for the stakeholders of this conflict. What I do know is we need to use every available opportunity to reach a compromise and to find the truth. A lasting truth.
At the start of the conflict, you predicted a swift victory from Russia, and you were very critical of President Zelensky. You called him a scumbag. But recently you've invited him to a face-to-face meeting to discuss your differences. Do you think you can be a mediating force? And is your desire or your invitation to meet President Zelensky perhaps an acknowledgement that Belarus does see that Ukraine has been successful, or more successful than a lot of countries gave them credit for?
Давай по порядку. Ты 4-5.
Well, let us start from the beginning. You have mentioned 4 or 5 points that I should respond to. First of all, at the beginning of the conflict, and judging by what was happening on the battlefield, not only I, but the whole of the world understood that the war was likely to end quickly with a victory for the Russian Federation. That assessment was connected to the fact that the Russian forces were already near Kiev at the time. They had advanced towards Kiev, especially the forces that entered from the north. They were already in Kiev. And then certain politicians and forces asked Putin to stop the offensive, to move back to Syria and to sign an agreement, a truce. There was an understanding that so many people were dying and that the war, let us be honest with each other, was not going as planned. Putin agreed to that. And he did withdraw his forces from Kiev. That happened. It is a fact. Before that decision, everyone understood that Ukraine only had a few days left. Many believe that it was a mistake by the Russians to withdraw when they were already in Kiev. Well, it is a matter of perception. Some believe it was a mistake. I think it was a step taken by Russia with the aim of restoring peace between the two parties in the conflict. And after the forces were withdrawn, peace did not follow. So judge for yourself who is to blame. But we, and I personally, evaluated the situation based on the objective realities on the front line. If the Russians had not withdrawn their forces, and our military experts think the same, if they had continued their offensive in Kiev, there would have been no Zelensky left, nor anyone else. I do know that certain parties, and perhaps the Vatican, as well as the Israeli intermediaries, were saying they understood Zelensky was going to sign a truce, and that was the basis for my statement. But then the war continued. It is now in its 5th year, and well, no one has achieved all of their aims. But to be fair, the Russians are moving forward and they have been more successful. And if the Russians achieve their goal of encircling the agglomeration, as they call it, and of taking control of part of the Donetsk region, where the Ukrainian forces are currently located, then everything will be at risk for them as well. Because we understand that the majority of the Ukrainian forces are concentrated there in the Donetsk region. That is why they will not have any other chances. They understand that. They have been quite effective in their use of drones. But the Russians have also achieved a high level in countering UAVs and using them in combat. That is why they are not only attacking on the front line. Russia uses missiles and drones across the territory of Ukraine. And Ukrainians attack monuments, residential areas, and oil production facilities across the territory of the Russian Federation. This is war. But if we talk about the front line, the Russians are moving forward, step by step. Slowly, but they are moving forward. And I will speak frankly. Ukrainians are sometimes quite effective in defense, but they are not as effective as the Russians. I'm sorry, but I just have 2 more points to make. Let us talk about my remarks regarding Zelensky. Perhaps I was a little harsh in my words, but they were a response to his statements where he said, "We have 500 targets inside Belarus. We know where Lukashenko is. Tomorrow we are going to attack them using drones or missiles." I was quiet. I was silent. Everyone was surprised. Why am I silent? I understood. Well, a person is under pressure. He is young. He is inexperienced. He is not a military man. Maybe he didn't understand something. But when I was threatened, I had to respond to that threat. If he still holds some resentment over my words, well, I'm sorry. Perhaps I should not have been so harsh. But he has to understand from my side, from the territory of the Republic of Belarus, military actions are not going to take place. In the first days of the war, I made some proposals to him on how to achieve peace and how to sign a truce. If he had listened to me, we would not be having this conversation now. Where should we stop? Should it be at the front line? Or 13% of the Donbass region be given away? Well, he did not listen to me, and he needs to come back to reality and stick to the facts. He should not provoke me, Belarus, or the Belarusian people, because there are many people in Belarus who want peace, just as he and the Ukrainians do. And as for being an intermediary, I actually dislike that role. Why? Let me explain. When relations between the West and us were at their most difficult stage, there were many people offering to act as intermediaries, and I said, no thank you. We will do it ourselves, without intermediaries. That is why I dislike this process of being an intermediary. Look at it from a philosophical point of view. When you place yourself between two sides that are like a mill, you can be crushed. We do not have the kind of colossal resources that China has, for example, as it tries to act as an intermediary. We do not want to be intermediaries. We are simply acting as intermediaries. Of course, we are also stakeholders in this situation because the war is taking place on our doorstep. We do not want this war because we could face consequences ourselves and we could suffer as Ukrainians are suffering now. From the beginning, I believed that this conflict should be stopped and that a truce and a peace agreement should be signed between the opposing sides. And only then can we, the three brotherly nations and peoples, agreeing among ourselves, we will deal with the consequences. And you will see that neither the Americans, nor the Europeans, nor anyone else is going to help with the restoration, because for them, it is a foreign land. So we need to overcome this conflict. We need to get to the negotiating table. Three people, Lukashenko, Putin, and Zelensky. We should agree to stop, and we should agree on how we are going to deal with the consequences and how we are going to rebuild everything. We need to make that decision. I proposed this a long time ago, and I still believe the proposal remains relevant. It has not been forgotten, and I believe that Vladimir Zelensky is not a foolish person. I hope that he will understand, put aside any bad memories, set aside his ambitions, and realize that thousands of people have died. Then we can begin to negotiate. We can begin talks. We can discuss how to prevent more people dying in the future, because we have much to restore. And I believe that is going to happen. That has to be done, because we need to bury those who have died. That we must do this.
The Russia-Ukraine war, events in the Middle East, which we have discussed, have prompted many European countries and others to begin expanding their military capabilities, their production, even military service in some places. Do you view this in Europe as purely defensive, or do you think we're witnessing a new arms race in Europe that could target Belarus and Russia?
Это беда. Вот вы правильно характеризовали. Мы тратим сегодня огромные деньги на производство вооружений.
This is actually a bad situation. You use the right words. We are spending so much money on producing arms, an arms race. We need to achieve the truth. And when we do, what happens next? Of course, arms production can be reduced and so on. But what do we do with the industries that have already been transformed? We experienced a similar process in Russia after the dissolution of the USSR. It was known as conversion. After producing tanks and weapons, factories began producing kitchenware and other consumer goods. In reality, that is not a good use for high-tech industrial enterprises. And our enterprises were high-tech. So I am always asking, what is going to happen next? Yes, we have militarized. And of course, the economy is benefiting from that militarization. But we need to look ahead and think about what will happen after we achieve the truth. We will need food products, clothing, civilian vehicles, and everything else that people use, not tanks, aircraft, and weapons. That is the number one issue that we should not forget about. And if we talk about conscription, mandatory military service, you were right to say that this is probably a situation that is developing in the West, because on our territory, nothing has changed. We do conscript all those eligible based on their age. So this is not a problem for us. There are certain units that are staffed by professional soldiers and contract personnel. I believe that was a wise decision. So we have conscription, but we also have contract service. And some countries have said that they believe they need to conscript people who do not want to serve. That will be a problem in the West. And those who are not currently in the military do not want to join it. They will face this problem. And they will have to change the mindset of the population, and that will be a challenge in the West, in America, and in other Western countries. And the last question was, what is happening in Belarus? Well, it is not a problem for us, as I have already said. Nothing is happening. Nothing is changing. We are simply concerned that the conflict does not escalate and that the war does not spread into the territory of the Republic of Belarus.
И последнее вы спрашиваете, как в Беларуси. Я только что сказал, нас эта проблема не волнует в плане призыва. Нас волнует, чтобы не было эскалации, не было войны на территории Беларуси.
Let's discuss Belarus's relations with the US, because President Trump has certainly been paving the way for better relations with Belarus. We've seen sanction relief in return for the release of prisoners. Do you think the US could pressure other European countries to improve their relations with Belarus if they wanted to?
Если коротко говорить, если американцы захотят надавить.
Well, to put it briefly, if the Americans want to put pressure on someone or influence decisions of certain countries, of course, they can do so. Some countries are already under their influence, and this has been discussed in the mass media. Well, it is not a particularly important issue for us, but there is the question of American influence on neighbouring countries. We believe it would be helpful if they could assist in normalising relations with our neighbouring countries. We have never refused any kind of help. But I would like you to know that the dialogue is not taking place only with Americans. We are also in close contact with representatives of European countries. Much of this is public. And I must say, the first official contacts we had, surprisingly, were with the United Kingdom around 2 years ago. We discussed many issues, including the conflict in Ukraine. I shared my point of view, and I met with the new leadership of certain agencies and institutions in the United Kingdom. And they told me I was right. But the solution I proposed at the time was not adopted, and the situation has become more complicated. I said then that war is the kind of thing that can lead to completely unpredictable consequences and outcomes. Situations can develop in ways that seem completely illogical. That is why we remain in contact with some of our neighbours, such as Lithuania and Poland. There have been exchanges of people who were accused of espionage or convicted of certain crimes. As you know, before such prisoner exchanges can take place, many leaders have to communicate. Donald Trump was also involved in that negotiation process. So I will tell you sincerely, we started these negotiations with the Americans, and we are ready to continue the talks, but as equal partners. We are not here to be dictated to. We are ready to hold talks with Europeans, and we are already talking to them. We are ready for American and European representatives to engage in mutually beneficial cooperation with us. Europeans and Americans now understand that such cooperation should exist, and there are already some small signs of movement in that direction. And we believe that process should continue. And I would like to emphasize once again that we are not negotiating only with the Americans, we are also negotiating with Europeans. And these talks are not just about Americans influencing or putting pressure on Europeans. The philosophy behind this dialogue is simple. All the conflicts and all the issues we are discussing are taking place here, in our common European home. Belarus, France, the United Kingdom. It is all happening here, and we need to solve these problems. And if the Americans can help with that, we would be grateful. But this is our house. These are our rules. That is why it is for us to deal with it. That is why I support Trump's position on Ukraine. Because he says this is happening on your territory, and you should be thinking on how to stop it. You should not be hoping that Americans will come and save you, or simply restore everything to how it was before. And I support the president.
Are there plans for you to meet President Trump on the horizon?
Я это не отрицаю, тем более что...
Well, I'm not denying anything. I was invited to the so-called Peace Summit, and another meeting of that kind is expected to take place in the autumn. I have been invited to that meeting as well, and I do not rule out attending it. But Putin always says that before meeting with someone, especially a head of state, we need to understand what the outcome is going to be. What can we work on in a meeting with Donald Trump that would benefit people? Because our meetings need to produce tangible results. Of course, these will not be colossal agreements of global significance, but they could be agreements based on compromise, aimed at resolving certain issues and problems between our two states in order to improve relations. And we are ready for that. And the Americans are ready for that as well. We are ready for such discussions, and they need to be comprehensive. The issues involved are not limited to prisoners or similar matters. Of course, those are among the easier issues to address. There are embassy-related issues, economic issues, and financial issues. There are many matters that need to be discussed, and they should be addressed at the same time as part of a meeting between two presidents. And even if we do not reach any agreements, there should be at least some ideas for resolving these issues in the future.
When we discuss relations with the West, we need to discuss the fact that in some Western countries, by some Western leaders, your legitimacy as a president is questioned. You've been called a dictator by some leaders. How do you respond to that criticism of your leadership?
Ничего не хочу ответить. Во-первых, меня уже никто не называет диктатором. Это уже время ушло.
I do not have any comments about that. Nobody now calls me a dictator. That time has already passed. No, I do not meet directly with the leaders of the European countries, including the leading nations of Europe, but I remain in contact with them through their representatives or sometimes directly, as in the case of Emmanuel Macron. I am not a dictator because I do not have the power to dictate to anyone. I know where that label came from. Someone used it once, and then the mass media spread it. I was called the last dictator in Europe. So if you think that I am the last dictator in Europe, then be happy that you have met the last dictator in Europe, because that would mean there will not be any others. So you will have had that experience in your life. To tell the truth, I'm not concerned about it. You mentioned, for example, President Lukashenko. Some people call me Mr. President. Or Mr. Lukashenko. but there are too many misters, titles, and so on. I am a fairly simple person, and I am not rich enough to be a mister, so I do not have any problem with being called that. A president is someone who makes decisions. And if you believe that I make decisions, then I am the president. You asked for an interview, and I made the decision. Yes, I will speak to you. And it does not matter whether you are from Australia or whether your agency belongs to the Muslim world, with which I have very good relations. I have very good relations with the countries in the Muslim world, and they respect me. And I take those relationships very seriously, and that is why I made this decision. Why do you ask whether we are going to fight against Ukraine? Because you see, I am the commander-in-chief. I am the president, and I make these decisions. And that is why I can answer, no, we are not going to attack anyone, and we are not going to fight. We are only going to defend ourselves, and so on.
Mr. President, your time is very precious. If you will allow me just another couple of last questions. You mentioned your relationship with Gulf countries, so I want to pick up that. Particularly, I know that efforts are underway to expand mutual trade relations with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to strengthen cooperation in numerous areas. Why does Belarus consider the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia an important partner? And are there any immediate goals that you would like to see Saudi and Belarus achieve together?
The
country you live and work in, it could be a serious partner for Belarus. What we have in Belarus, Saudi Arabia does not have. And what Saudi Arabia has, we do not have in Belarus. That is why these relations could be excellent. Saudi Arabia is a country with enormous financial resources. But regardless of those resources, there are many things that simply cannot be produced locally in sufficient quantities: food, clothing, and other goods. So if Saudi Arabia invested more in Belarus, and if trade between our two countries increased, then both sides could be more successful. This is especially true in areas such as light industry, including clothing and similar products. Saudi Arabia imports a large amount of goods from abroad. That is an objective reason for expanding trade between our two countries, and we are not making full use of that opportunity. And I cannot boast that we sell a great deal to Saudi Arabia or provide it with many technologies. In humanitarian cooperation, however, we have improved our position with Saudi Arabia. And moreover, as for the countries of the Middle East and the East more broadly, we do not cooperate with Saudi Arabia as closely as we could. Perhaps Saudi Arabia is not very interested, or perhaps it does not currently fall within its scope of its national interests, because we do not possess the resources that would naturally lead to a closer relationship. Recently, we proposed to Saudi Arabia that we make our cooperation more active, from agriculture to humanitarian issues, including education, technology, and other areas. Step by step, we are moving forward. But I should say sincerely that the progress is very slow, and that is not the fault of Belarus. With the United Arab Emirates, Oman, and some of the smaller countries, Bahrain and Kuwait, we have better relations, but they could be even stronger. And now we are planning to move forward in ways that serve both our interests and the interests of Oman. And we are making progress. We have good relations with the United Arab Emirates, and we have had good relations with Iran, and we would like those relations to become even stronger. Of course, we have plans, concrete plans. We have roadmaps for cooperation and interaction. In the near future, once this conflict has ended, we are ready to move forward more actively in this direction. As for relations with countries in the Middle East, we see significant potential for further development. We have already taken steps to strengthen cooperation with Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, particularly in trade, investment, technology, and humanitarian cooperation.
Let's finish On a global perspective, there has been a dramatic shift in the global order. The long-standing, I guess you could say, rules-based order seems to have been shattered. Instead, we see America First policies, we see the rise of countries like China and others in the global south. How is Belarus adapting to this new global realignment? And do you think the world is safer or less stable than it was before?
Мир, к сожалению, не стал безопаснее. Я вначале говорил, что у меня так 50-50, 50 на 50.
Unfortunately, the world has not become safer. At the beginning, when speaking about whether I am optimistic or pessimistic, I said I was 50-50. So no, the world has not become safer. But neither is it a catastrophe. Because if we look at the world realistically, we talk too much. There are too many information wars. And fortunately, these information wars and cyber wars do not always turn into real wars, actual wars. As for the growing role of the Global South and China in the world, that is simply a fact and we should not ignore it. We are fortunate to have good relations with China because, after Russia, it is Belarus's second largest partner. And as I have mentioned in previous interviews, we are also developing cooperation with countries in the Far East and the Global South, particularly in Africa. We are not a large country, but we must clearly understand that, in addition to China, we have good relations with a number of countries. We have good relations with Vietnam, Myanmar, and Indonesia. In fact, I will be visiting Indonesia.
Это как раз страны глобального юга.
And we export our technologies and our products to Indonesia. There is a demand for them there. And we also have good relations with Libya and Egypt in North Africa. We have always maintained good relations with these countries. I can also mention Algeria. And then there is Zimbabwe in southeastern Africa. We have developed good relations there as well. Recently, we held talks with Ghana and reached agreements on a number of contracts aimed at expanding our trade relations. This gives us a presence in West Africa, representing the westernmost point of our engagement on the African continent. Oman is helping us develop relations with countries such as Tanzania and Kenya. So there is no need for us to fundamentally reorient ourselves or rethink our approach. We are fortunate that, sometimes through intuition and sometimes through deliberate policy, we have identified these areas of cooperation. And now it is necessary to make these relationships more active. The attitude towards us in these countries is very positive. We also have good relations with India. At the same time, I cannot say that I am fully satisfied with the current state of those relations, because India has known Belarus since the days of the Soviet Union, and I believe our cooperation could be much stronger. That is why we have been relatively successful in this reorientation, and that is one of the reasons why we have been able to adapt relatively well to the sanctions.
Do you think other countries could maybe learn something from Belarus then with regards to the global realignment?
Мы открыты для этого. Мы для этого открыты. Если мы чего-то умеем...
Yes, we are opening to offering advice and assistance to countries that are interested. And we are ready to provide our expertise and services. Africa is one example. For example, we are a relatively small country with limited resources. Yet countries invite us and they are pleased to work with us because we do not come as colonizers. We do not demand that Belarus be put first. When we go to African countries, for example, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Algeria, we think about Africa as a whole. And we do more than simply trade with them by supplying equipment and technology. We also transfer technology and train people to use it. We are ready to invite their specialists to Belarus for training, or send our own specialists and experts to Africa to train local personnel there. That is our approach, and that is why it has been received so positively.
President Alexander Lukashenko, thank you so much for giving your time and speaking with us here on Al Arabiya English. Your perspectives across a very broad interview has been greatly appreciated. Thank you for speaking with us.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong Province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures, alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yide Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Well, I'm joined now by Paulo Uchoa, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and a close friend of Humberto. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, and my condolences for the loss of your friend. And I wondered, before we talk about his work, whether you could tell us a bit about Humberto as a person.
I would say that Humberto was a very peculiar person because he, at one hand, he was very private and he always wanted to maintain a very invisible personality to the world. But he was a person that had a very unique ability to connect to people and very important people. And he was very determined to do the best he could do in his job. So he was both very private but very professional in what he did.
And his connection to Saudi Arabia was extremely strong, and that was very evident talking to him. He lived here, he died here, he's now buried here. How did that strong connection between a Brazilian man and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia come about?
Because I have been friends with him for 23 years, and I had the chance to speak continuously about his experience here in Saudi Arabia, I would say that the connection was almost a coincidence of destiny. He came here in 85, or around 85, to participate in an exhibition at the very beginning of his career, and he never left. And he remained here for what I know, 41 years. And he did an incredible work in documenting Saudi Arabia from various perspectives, as you said in your introduction. But I don't think that it was anything that he ever planned. I think it came accidentally in his life. He saw the opportunities, he was passionate about the country, and then he embraced his destiny.
And, you know, he captured and documented Saudi Arabia over the decades, capturing the kingdom's transformation from, you know, 1980s to where it is today. What do you think his contribution was to this country?
It's difficult to say whether there is anyone else that has a work that covers Saudi Arabia as comprehensively as he did. But because very early in his career he developed a passion for the country and for the culture, he traveled the country from north to south, east to west. He visited communities. He photographed archaeological sites. So he was curious about everything. And he managed to develop one of the most incredible network of contacts I could have witnessed in this country. And I've been also coming to Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years of my career. So it was very impressive to see, you know, this aspect of his personality.
And as I said in the introduction, his funeral service was held yesterday. It was presided over by very senior Saudi royalty. And I wondered what that tells us about how appreciated he was here.
I think Humberto was indeed very appreciated. I think the quality of work that he produced over the years is what made people look at him. I think that although he was a person with some peculiar behavior, I think he was also a very charming man, and he was a very warm man. So all of this together in one person, Humberto, made him very popular, and he did develop this incredible network from various fields of Saudi society.
I've seen several examples of his work, and we've been showing some of them to our viewers on the screen as well whilst we've been having this conversation. But I wondered if you could tell us a bit about his technique, his approach to his work, and the subjects that he captured.
He was a very meticulous photographer, from what I can say. He was detailed-oriented. He was never satisfied with second-best options. He would take as many shots, and he would go back to the place as many times as was necessary, and he would not give up until he, in his mind, thought he had gotten the perfect shot. So I think this is what makes his work so compelling, because when we see something that he finally decided to present, either in a book or in the format of a photograph, it was really the best he had to offer.
And I've seen examples of his work at the Brazilian embassy, and I just wonder whether there's one of the pieces that's hanging on the walls of your embassy or your residence that is one that you particularly appreciate.
Everything that I see about his work, either in books or on walls, usually I am very much seduced and I'm very much attracted, and I'm a big admirer. But I think there's one piece that now sits in my office at the embassy, not at the residence, which is one of these views of part of the desert that surrounds Madain Saleh Alula, which is very nice, and it's probably, from everything that I've seen, my favorite piece.
Okay, and just before we wrap up, is there an anecdote or a vignette from your encounters with Humberto that's going to perhaps be forevermore in your memory?
what was interesting and funny to watch in his behavior was when people approached him to take a photograph with him. Umberto never liked to be photographed. And the public explanation that he gave for that is that what was important in photography was what he produced, not he himself. Maybe there was something else that made him not like to be photographed, but this is what I was with him many times when people came and asked to take pictures with him, and he always refused, saying that not him, but the sceneries he photographed.
Well, I was one of those people who asked to take a picture with him, and he did not oblige with me, but I also have lasting memories of him. Thank you so much for coming in to talk to us today. Ambassador Paulo Shoa, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
To hashtags following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great comments.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Al Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Good evening and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories this evening. Marco Rubio says the US is not planning any military strikes on Iran as the focus shifts to economic sanctions. Meanwhile, the US Secret Service investigates an Iranian threat on Baron Trump's life as the video appears on the country's media. And at least 160 people are dead and hundreds of others are missing after massive flash floods at the Nepal-Tibet border. Good evening. Welcome along to the show. Our top story this evening, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the US is not planning to launch new strikes against Iran. Rubio says the focus is now going to shift to other priorities, including those fresh sanctions announced earlier this week. Meanwhile, a naval blockade is still in place in the Strait of Hormuz. To discuss this and, of course, all of today's stories, we're joined by Professor and International Relations expert, that's Dr. Elie Al-Hindi, and the Editor-in-Chief of the News Movement, that's Rebecca Hudson. Dr. Elie, And Rebecca, thanks so much for joining us on the show. Dr. Ellie, we'll turn to you first in this. So what do you make of what we've heard? This is a bit of a strategy change from the US. Do you think it's going to last? More importantly, aside from lasting, is it going to be effective?
Is it going to last? It's going to last as much as it is useful and as long as nothing else is needed. We have to remember together, Jono, that in the first term of President Trump, this was his strategy. This was his choice to go to against Iran. And over 4 years, he chose only to put sanctions, maximum pressure at the time, as they called it, maximum pressure, and also secondary sanctions on any country or company that tries to support Iran in that sense. Now they're back at this. And I do believe that the temporary transition into direct military confrontation was influenced by Israeli plans and by Israeli information to reach specific targets in Iran, which were deemed necessary by President Trump. Now he's back to thinking that there's no need to have, any lives lost. There's no need to keep pouring huge amounts of billions of dollars into that war. Sanctions could do the trick and could keep Iran as weak as it has been made through the military sanctions. Would this last? It would, I think, in my opinion, trigger an Iranian escalation this time rather than an American escalation, because the Iranians cannot simply sit and wait for themselves to be strangled economically and financially. I think they might be already preparing plans on how to escalate, be it in Lebanon, in Hormuz, or on other places in the region.
Dr. Ellie, we'll come back to that in a few seconds. Becca, I want to turn to you very quickly, first of all. The Strait of Hormuz, that's obviously the key pressure point that is here in the middle of this conflict. The talks of this temporary corridor that's on the table after Oman's visit to Iran, what do you make of that?
Well, there's a lot of kind of heavy lifting that we have to do when we talk about these negotiations, don't we? So we've had Oman and Tehran who are saying that they have, come up with a strategic corridor that would allow for a free passage and a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. They also claim that they would have plans for mine clearing to make it obviously far safer for vessels. But they are saying that this will only, be put into place and is contingent on the US meeting the demands of Tehran, which includes lifting of economic sanctions, which, as we've just heard, is actually something they are doubling down on. And this word temporary is the kind of crucial word, I think, in all of this, because there is this huge mounting pressure to resolve the situation in the Strait. I'm speaking to you from London. We're a few months away from our kind of national budget, where we are being briefed pretty much daily now that we are going to see huge increases in our taxes as a result of what's happened in the Strait and the impact on the cost of fuel and the disruption to supply chains. That is not localized to the UK. This is a hugely global issue. And what we are seeing is this increasing dissonance between both sides, because while you've got these talks happening, Tehran telling us that there is a plan in place so long as the US meets its end of the bargain or their demands, depending on how you want to put it. But then you've also got Donald Trump in Washington telling us that they have cleared the Strait for mines, that they have got control of the Strait, and that they have got no intention of lifting or reducing those economic sanctions. So I think what is clear from these talks is that while they are optimistic, they are contingent on a behaviour from the US that they are not showing any sign of displaying. But the imperative to resolve the situation continues. We've seen, the number of ships passing through the Strait is lower than its 10-day average. We are seeing the cost of fuel increasing across the world. So the necessity is there, but whether these talks were effective or not remains to be seen.
Dr. Ellie, I want to turn back to you and pick up on something Rebecca said there. The cost of living in the UK, obviously that's going to come into effect. And when you talk about the budget that is on the cards for the UK, that will be something that will be back in the headlines. The cost of living in Iran, if we look at the war and where it started off and what we actually had as the initial onset of this, it was the revolt, it was the revolution of the people of Iran. Those people who are now on the street in Iran, and they're not out protesting obviously, are facing an increase on everyday items. We're talking chicken up by 71%. This is a report that's out today. The IMF saying the economy of Iran will contract by 5.4% in 2026, 128% inflation. Things like the cost of insulin up by 700%. Is that enough for the people of Iran to get back onto the streets again and revolt? Because as we said many times on this show before, you've never overthrown a government in a country from aerial attacks, and you've never overthrown it just from the people on the street.
Indeed. Just a quick comment about the Hormuz negotiation, if I may, Jono. I think the make or break of that agreement is whether it will give Iran some kind of sovereignty over the channel or over the strait, and whether the ships will need to pay any fees to cross or not. This is what is a red line for the USA, but also a red line for the countries of the region, and also a red line for European countries in that sense. So as long as it is a technical division of tasks and how to manage it, that's fine. But nobody in the world should accept the two conditions that I just mentioned. Going back to your question and to the situation inside Iran, definitely the maximum pressure that is being put by the Americans through sanctions, but also through the siege, as we know, is making the life very difficult for the Iranians across the board, but also making it difficult for the regime. Now, we know that such regimes, such totalitarian regimes, have the ability to hijack all the resources of the country and to guide them towards the, refurbishing the regime and keeping it going. And thus, it is usually the people that will suffer from sanctions rather than the regime directly. But will this pressure trigger popular revolution or popular movement, as you mentioned? It is yet to be seen. It is very possible. We know also that the Iranians have a big tendency to, fall back on their national identity whenever their country is attacked, and to rally behind their nationalism. So it is somewhere in between the two. When would this be too much to accept in terms of policies of the regime and in terms of strategic choices? And when will the people deem that it is now suitable to go back to the streets against your own government that is being attacked by a foreign power and to actually demand change? The important sign that we have seen is that we have seen significant progressive statements by the president, by even Kalibaf and even the foreign minister, that it cannot be the situation, and you cannot be strong as a country if your people are hungry, and you cannot make strategic decisions if you don't provide for the basics of your people. These are very significant, policy statements, but we know that this is not these people who are taking the real decision in Iran. Let's see how that plays out. But I think definitely it is a less costly choice for the American side, and this is why they chose it.
And Rebecca, lastly, just before we move on to our next story, obviously military action is now off the table according to Marco Rubio. If that does change, if Washington changes its course again, are we back into a troublesome situation?
I think absolutely, and we have an incredibly mercurial commander-in-chief, don't we? Marco Rubio has an element of influence, but Trump has got midterms approaching. He needs a win. This war has been hugely unpopular domestically. I'm sure, if these sanctions don't work, if the price of gas continues to rise in America, I think we could definitely see an escalation. He is predictably unpredictable, and I think if we did see that escalation, the response from both sides would be hugely troublesome. And as you're both saying, especially for the people in Iran who have been, so impacted by this conflict. We think about the global impact, but these are also the Iranian citizens, have suffered more than anyone.
Rebecca, Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. And the US Secret Service have confirmed that they received an Iranian threat on President Trump's youngest son, Barron. The agency confirmed it was investigating a video that was aired by Iranian media, which claimed to show Barron Trump's security details, including his location. Rebecca, it's nothing new here. Iran has been using propaganda videos pretty much from the very onset of this conflict. But this has taken the threat to a whole other level. This is somebody who's a family member of the sitting president of the United States, who's not an active member of the Trump administration.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, Iran has been using propaganda hugely effectively throughout this conflict. They've been using AI viral videos. There have been these, highly produced videos that get shared on social media, sort of poking fun at America. And now, this threat to Donald Trump's son, Barron, who is a 20-year-old university student, does represent a real kind of climate change when it comes to the kind of the temperature and the severity of these videos. Obviously, the threats in this video haven't been kind of stood up or verified. We don't know whether Baron Trump really is being kind of monitored and his coordinates are known, as this video claims. But if that is the case, as we were discussing earlier, that raises huge problems and huge issues around the security of Trump and his family. We've seen, similar threats made against Melania. We've seen similar threats against his daughter Ivanka, and of course, there was a credible threat to Trump's life during his trip to Turkey that saw him hiding in a catering truck when he was being boarded onto Air Force One. So there is, what I would believe to be kind of serious threats to life against the Trump family. And this kind of propaganda machine has been a really interesting element of this war, and no doubt effective when it comes to sort of public opinion, potentially domestically. But we know that the US, special services are taking this incredibly seriously. And, he's a 20-year-old kid who had very little to do, I would imagine, with his father's decision or his administration's decision. And so this escalation, as we were talking about, with what could maybe tip Trump over into wanting to escalate, these sorts of threats against his family are the kind of thing that he's very thin-skinned about in the first place, that could easily see this conflict escalating even further.
Dr. Ellie, we've seen, as we mentioned, the propaganda before. We've seen images of President Trump in a coffin on billboards in Tehran at the early onset of this. But is taking his son, who, as Rebecca said, is 20 years old, university student, is not an active member of the administration, and using him as some level of cannon fodder, really a bit below the belt or a sign of desperation from Iran?
Well, on the side of Iran, they present things that, in the understanding that the US have already crossed all the red lines. And they have killed not only civilian leaders, but also their families. They have killed civilians. They claim that they have killed, the attack on the school and so on. So in their rhetoric, the US has already crossed all the red lines, and that's what allowed them to themselves cross all the red lines. Definitely the US in general, and President Trump in specific, will not take this lightly at all, especially if it was verified that the information is actually accurate. As you were mentioning, Jono, then it will be a serious trouble. Of course, any student in that university could have taken videos of the convoy or of the security agents, but of course the Secret Service is taking a serious look at that to see whether the threat is actually viable or not.
Dr. Ellie, let's just stick with you for a moment and turn to Russia. The CIA chief, he travelled to Moscow. It seems there was a hope that nobody would find out that this had actually happened. Flight radars had other plans for that, tracking. We had people who knew exactly what was going on. But we don't know what was the purpose of this trip, do we?
Not really, no. It was people made fun of President Trump of calling it a semi-routine visit, but it actually is kind of, because we know for a fact that Secret Service all the time, all over the world, do have some connections with each other. We know for sure that American and Russian Secret Service do have a serious cooperation on specific files and competition, of course, but also cooperation. And we do remember that all through the Cold War, there was a direct connection between secret services and administrators on both sides to prevent any escalation. So in the general sense of things, this is not a unicorn. We have seen a visit of the previous CIA leader in 2021 before the war of Ukraine has started. This is maybe the latest one before the current. But again, the general theme of it is to prevent escalation. Now, the point is, which escalation are we talking about today? The direct that would come to mind is the Ukrainian escalation, and the news that we have received and the information from different sources that Russia is preparing a big offensive against Ukraine before winter. And this big offensive could potentially put Russia in confrontation with some NATO members and could lead to a very serious different level of escalation that the US is definitely keen on preventing. But it could also be Cuba, it could also be Iran, it could also be North Korea and the new attempts that they had and the new missiles that they have launched. It could be anything. So they do share interest in so many parts of the world and so many conflicts around the world. It could be about any of those. But the urgency of it makes it likely to be connected to the recent news we heard about escalation.
Rebecca, I mean, yeah, it could be anything. Like Dr. Ellie said, we've got so much on the table. We've got Ukraine, you've got Iran that's in there as well. You've got the alleged US soldiers that have been detained in Russia. There's the prisoners, should I say, not soldiers. There's a whole stack of things that it could be. But I think the important thing to note here is that the US and Russia are still talking. So even if on the front, or in a diplomatic sense, they're not exactly at the table with each other, those conversations are still taking place. And that's important to see, that behind the scenes there is something that's not publicly seen that indicates that the two parties are speaking to each other, which is probably a good thing.
Yes, no, you're completely right. These kind of the room behind the room almost, isn't it? These conversations that they don't want publicly aired because they've got their kind of domestic external fronts that show, kind of a hardline resistance to one another. But I agree with you. I think it is deeply reassuring that there are some sort of open communication channels between these two superpowers. I mean, you're just listing the various, territories and conflicts which both countries play hugely integral roles in. And so they have got, one assumes, a very full agenda when they do speak. So it sort of gives us some hope that kind of, the skills of diplomacy are not being lost. But the mystery behind what this meeting was about, I think remains. But I'm with you, deeply encouraged that they're a little bit more mature than they would maybe have us believe.
It's funny, we could see that flight on Flight Radar, but I tried to look up Harry and Meghan's flight from the US back to the UK today, and that one was nowhere to be found on Flight Radar. So they apparently have the correct strings to be pulled to keep it off Flight Radar, but the CIA can't keep their flight off from being seen in Moscow, which is a strange one. And thank you both for your thoughts on those stories as we move on to our next. At least 14 newborns have died after a fire broke out at a state-run hospital in Pakistan's capital of Islamabad. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed deep sorrow and ordered an immediate investigation. Emily Sue has this report for us.
Mourning families gathered outside a hospital in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, where a fire ripped through its maternity ward on Wednesday. All but one of the 15 newborn babies in the nursery were killed, according to hospital officials. One mother said her child was receiving intensive care.
I have a 3-day-old son. How can they say that all the children were burned when none of them were burned? They say we have to save the adults first. We saved them. Why were they saving adults? They could have got out on foot. Why didn't they save the children first? Why was the children's ward locked?
The fire began at 7 a.m. local time at the Pakistan Institute of Medical Sciences, one of Islamabad's largest public hospitals. One victim's father criticized the safety measures.
I wasn't even able to see my daughter, but the condition of the ward is bad. I've been going there for 8 days. The situation was absurd. My wife is in this building and is in much better condition. That building had no fire security, no proper exits. All doors were closed. Only one door was for us to visit our children. They kept the other doors locked because they feared we would come to see our children too often.
Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif expressed his deepest condolences to the bereaved families and directed authorities to conduct an immediate investigation. He promised those responsible would face the strictest action. Local media cited rescue sources as saying the fire was likely caused by a short circuit in a malfunctioning air conditioning unit. Building fires are common in Pakistan, where safety regulations and building codes are routinely ignored or poorly enforced. In January, at least 65 people died after a massive fire swept through a crowded shopping complex in the southern port city of Karachi. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Now, devastating flash floods and mudslides have swept away buildings along the Nepal-Tibet border, with hundreds of people missing, including a lot of tourists. Search and rescue operations are underway at the moment as the death toll continues to climb. Nepal's foreign ministry has said that the flood may have been caused by an earthquake, which triggered an avalanche. Becca, this is shocking footage. The pictures, the videos that are emerging are just really, truly extraordinary. What do we know at this level at the moment because of this wall of mud and the water that hit everyone in the border area? There was no warning. The scale of this seems like it is absolutely astronomical. And what are the rescue efforts like at the moment?
I mean, I think you're completely right. Astronomical feels like the appropriate word. And what we do know when there are sort of huge natural disasters like this is how quickly the situation changes. So at the moment, there are reports of 150 casualties, just under 600 people reported missing. As you say, lots of those of various nationalities. This occurred on the Nepal-Tibet border, which is a destination for pilgrimages, also people trekking and hiking. So we've got lots of nationalities as well as obviously, lots of nationals. We're looking at something like 40 kilometres of road have been destroyed, 19 bridges, at least £70 million worth of damage, so nudging $100 million. And all of these numbers we would expect to tragically climb in the coming hours as the picture becomes clearer. But what you can see from these photos is these are relatively remote areas with pretty poor and limited infrastructure as it was. And then when you think about the devastation that these flash floods have caused and the panic now involved in the rescue operation and trying to rescue as many people as possible, it is going to be a hugely challenging operation, and dealing with people who are at their lowest, who are grieving their families and who are worried about their families. It is absolutely devastating, and the pictures that you're running now just show the scale and the speed with which this happened. Like you say, no warnings, no opportunity for people to evacuate or get to safer ground. And you just have to hope that the efforts on the ground are as coordinated as they can be.
And a lot of what we're seeing right now, as well as CCTV footage, there's very little actual media on the ground there who are able to provide us with up-to-date pictures and videos, and these are coming to us very sporadically as well. It is truly shocking. Some of the videos that we showed as you spoke there, Rebecca, like you rightly said, it's difficult to believe that the death toll would be as low as this, and one would hope that it would cap somewhere around this. And we're looking at, like you said, it's heading for almost 160 people are confirmed dead already. 47 US citizens and 33 UK citizens who are currently on the missing list as well. Dr. Ellie, I want to turn to you in this. There's suggestions that there was an earthquake, that's what triggered it. There has been seismic activity, about a 4.3 in the Richter scale, that might have triggered an avalanche, and that's what caused the flooding. Is that a fairly unusual chain of events?
It could well be this, and the usual kind of activities, if I may say, in the earth and in the snow. It's not uncommon. We know that this is the season for it. We know that between June and September, we have the ice melting, we have avalanches, we have floods usually happening. And there could well be earthquakes. We've seen earthquakes throughout Earth at all the tectonic plates have been moving and shifting in the past month. The problem with this, what we are seeing, the devastating pictures we're seeing, is again the size of that spike in sudden weather movement that we are seeing all over the world. This is what's not usual. It has happened in 2004. It happened again in 2024, 2025, and now again in 2026, which makes it the third year in a row where we have a major flood like this happening. This is becoming a trend, and I don't know if it is possible to actually prevent or prepare for such a huge catastrophe as we are seeing. But I guess the scientific reasons behind it are known, and unfortunately, little can be done to prevent them.
Rebecca, where this happened as well, as we said, it's along the border, and that's probably why, out of the people who are missing right now, there is a good number of those, I think it's just under the 400 mark, which are foreign nationals or foreigners who are there on vacation. Andy Burnham's already come out and said that he is going to do everything from the UK's point of view that is possible in order to give aid and give assistance to this as well. There is 26 countries that we know of so far whose citizens have been affected by this, so I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a global effort to send relief to that area as quick as possible.
Yes, and great that so many countries will be supporting Nepal at this time and ensuring that people are rescued and infrastructure is rebuilt. But it also creates a very complicated picture when it comes to organising aid effort, when it comes to coordinating relief and rescue. You've got multiple embassies and consulates being contacted by family members. So, the level of the logistics that now need to kind of kick in to make this as swift as possible. And as we well know, in these sorts of natural disasters, there is a limited window where those, where those rescue efforts can be most effective. So whilst the kind of international response is necessary, and I hope we hear from all world leaders, during this programme and afterwards, pledging their support, it's so important that now there is a really coordinated effort to rescue those poor people and give answers to those families who are wondering what's happened to their loved ones.
Dr. Ellie, I want to take it back to what we were discussing a few moments ago. If we look through the list of natural disasters that we've seen this year, and again, it's just a quick search on finding the Venezuela earthquake, Colombia earthquake, China has had that catastrophic flooding as well, Indonesia's had an earthquake, the wildfires through Chile, through Europe as well. 2026 is going to stand out in our memories for all of the wrong reasons. But a lot of these, at least some experts will say, are being contributed to humans' effect on the planet, i.e., to bring it up again on the show, global warming. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't have the scientific background to give a scientific informed opinion about global warming altogether. But regardless of that scientific discussion, nobody can deny how weather is changing and how, as I mentioned, the spikes of extra harsh weather and extra harsh movements, be it volcanoes or earthquakes or otherwise, is increasing. This is a fact. What is the reason behind it? What can we do to prevent? This is up for the science to say. But definitely the fact is that things are changing radically, and different countries, but also an international effort, need to try to find the suitable ways to prevent the spikes in the number of deaths, and to put in place as much as possible early warnings, different kinds of measures that could potentially be there. If you want an opinion, again, an uninformed opinion, I've seen studies and counter studies that say the Earth has been warmer before, but then became cooler and so on. This is, again, a debate that is all over the place, and we have scientific evidence for this and for that opinion. I don't know enough to have a very clear position on that.
Indeed, it's one that we could have an entire show, I think, about that as well. Yeah, they do say, you're correct, every 150,000 years the Earth goes through this massive climate change, and that may or may not be influenced by humans on the planet, but certainly a lot of thought on that. And by the way, that story is developing as we are on air. Those figures are, sadly, as Rebecca pointed out, likely to continue to increase. The full details and all of the information on the latest as we have it is available on the Al Arabiya English's website. Thank you both for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story, something on the lighter side, which is needed today. Fashion Bible Vanity Fair has revealed their best dress list for 2026. Now, there's one entrant that surprised me, and it might surprise you. 70-year-old Pope Leo has been praised for taking his dress sense to heavenly heights after being spotted in his Nike trainers and a baseball cap, there he is, that he wears alongside the very ornate papal cassock. Becca, of all the headlines that I thought I might see in 2026, this one wasn't on my bingo cards, to be honest with you. Pope Leo is now on this list. Did he deserve a spot on the list?
Well, if it couldn't have been you, I suppose Pope Leo is a good option, isn't he? I mean, I love the style of the kind of traditional cassocks and then the very cool Nike trainers, the baseball cap. I think it speaks to being a kind of little bit quirky. It resonates with young people. It is certainly a unique sartorial approach. And that is what the Vanity Fair Best Dressed list is all about celebrating. And he beat off, celebrities like Rosalia. I know you were very disappointed to see Bad Bunny didn't make the list. Maybe next year if you don't win it. But I think this is kind of great, at a time when church attendance is falling. I think, kind of having a pope that occupies a place in pop culture is no bad thing. And I think lots of people would have wanted to have been on that list. But I agree with you, his heavenly heights of fashion deserved recognition. So well done, Vanity Fair.
No, it's a total change from what we're used to seeing. And Dr. Ellie, we've gone through a few different phases for those who will remember, Pope John Paul II, quite traditional, but again, didn't live into the entire papal regalia. Then you had Joseph Ratzinger, who came in as Cardinal Benedict XVI, and he came in with that very ornate, almost old school, potentially some people will say too old school, as a way of dressing and thinking and wearing the red papal Prada shoes, and he just adhered to that. And then Pope Francis came in, very, very different, and it was a very humble papacy more than anything else, and he dressed to match that. Now we've got Pope Leo, who some people are calling the TikTok Pope. Is this what the Catholic Church needed, or is it some level of a distraction? that also potentially the Catholic Church needed?
I mean, for me, as a Catholic believer, I do believe strongly that, the Pope that is chosen is the right Pope for the time, and that the different popes bring their different styles and the different priorities and the different way of doing things, but it would be exactly what the Church needs at that time. And I do believe Pope Leo is making all the right impact. He's connecting very well with the youth. He is, in his priorities, addressing issues like AI in his first encyclical. So I think he is doing that connection properly as he should. We remember he did the 6-7 in one of his papal parades in one of his visits. So he is doing the effort, and he has the character and the language for it and all of that. And his American background also probably helps in that sense. Although, as you mentioned, he is a bit more traditional, at least in the closing, than Francis. Francis gave up many of the things that the popes usually do. Leo is a bit more conservative in that sense, and he brought back many of these things. But definitely the sneakers, the Nike, and the cap is definitely something that is a pleasure to see. It will not drive any believers away or bring any believers in, but it is something nice to see, I guess, and it is a good influence on the Church's image in the Church, in the world.
Rebecca, there's some people who were in there who I looked and thought, OK, fair enough, they deserve to be in that list, absolutely. The Pope was one of the ones that kind of caught me by surprise, mainly because I know it's a well-tailored cassock, but at the end of the day, it is still just a cassock. There's not a lot you can do with it. So we're now honing in on a pair of Nike trainers and a baseball cap that he's been seen wearing once or twice. Is fashion one of those things that, and you'll know better than I do on this, is it one of those things that is more about the person who's wearing it, or is it actually about the clothes themselves? Because we've seen the rise of fast fashion. A lot of people are walking around looking absolutely $1 million, but that's because they bought their clothes from Temu, whereas the Pope's outfits are obviously very clearly very well tailored, beautifully done. Where is the line drawn here? Is it the wearer or is it the clothes?
Well, I think it's the magic alchemy of both, isn't it? So very clearly he wears his clothes well. He does have really, he has great tailoring. And he also has a sort of sense of swag, doesn't he? I think it takes a level of sort of courage and daring to pair, very traditional clothes with a pair of really cool trainers and a baseball cap. Vanity Fair say that it's all about people who have a kind of really individual sense of style. So that's why the likes of Bjork are on there. But I think he's got that kind of incredible combination that you need, charisma and a great tailor. I'd quite like that combination myself.
Apparently it's been the same tailor who's made all the vestments for the Vatican for hundreds of years. It's a family-run business that is run in the centre of Rome, and they make all of the outfits. And the reason why he appeared on the balcony the very first time we saw him wearing quite a loose-fitting outfit is that he actually just picked up whatever was on the rack, but that since then he's been quite rigid about it as well. Dr. Ellie, I don't think either you or I are the people who say, OK, this is where the fashion stakes are, so to speak. I personally can never pick when somebody's wearing something that looks amazing. And I looked through this list and thought, aside from Spike Lee, who wears a really impressive suit, and Bjork, who has been seen wearing a swan around her neck on several occasions, I looked through this and thought, I don't know what they do any different. Fashion, in your opinion, is it in the eye of the beholder, or is it something that we can look at and say, right, I know that that's good fashion, I don't know that that's not good fashion?
First of all, disclaimer, I have absolutely no idea who half of these people on the list are. I don't even know who they are. But in general, I think what attracts is, as Rebecca was saying, what combines things that are unusual. This is what attracts attention. This is what attracts people to follow and see all together. I do believe that, some occasions and some situations do require a formal outfit, and formal is known what it is. I mean, you cannot play around with what is formal, but unfortunately, people have the freedom to do whatever they want. Sometimes, for me, I don't see it is suitable for the occasions that they are attending. But again, this is a personal style of every person, and it takes every kind of people to make the world go around, right?
Yeah, well, and fashion is found in the most unusual places. I know that my mum has a nice pastime of coming back, and my dad, from funerals that they might have attended, and then commenting on what people have worn at those funerals as if it was some sort of a fashion stakes, which I think might be a uniquely Irish thing to do. Dr. Ellie and Rebecca, thanks for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next segment of the show, where Dr. Ellie and Becca have chosen some of the quirkier stories of the day. Rebecca, we're going to start with you. Tributes are still pouring in to the music legend that, of course, was Dolly Parton. She was, and I've seen this put many times on social media today, the unicorn of the showbiz world, so to speak. She'd spanned so many different places. She was almost too good to be true. And those tributes have been absolutely phenomenal and worldwide.
Absolutely. I mean, the most devastating news, wasn't it, yesterday, to hear that Dolly Parton, aged 80 years old, has died. A woman who has given us some of the most memorable and brilliant songs, some of the most witty quotes, and some staggering levels of philanthropy. You know, a woman who could have been a billionaire but gave away so much money to good causes that she didn't. You know, a true lesson to us all, and a showbiz icon. And so I am delighted that the world, you know, has responded as it should and paid tribute to her. We've had the Empire State Building that last night was lit up sparkly pink, just as Dolly would have loved it, I'm sure. You know, proud on the New York skyline. And here in London, a slightly different type of tribute, but at the changing of the guards, the band played 9 to 5, which I think is deeply unusual for us Brits. But it just shows, you know, the world over, we are, you know, thanking and paying tribute to Dolly for her amazing contribution. And I hope somewhere she saw that sparkly Empire State and just knew how loved and missed she is.
Rebecca, as you mentioned, the British royal family, I guess, but also the guards as well who are there. I believe that's the Irish Guard who play the instruments. They've played that wonderful tribute, which has been sent around the entire office on social media today. The Change of the Guard military band, that's who performed it. We do have a little clip. Take a listen to this very fitting tribute to a legend and an icon. Amazing. Becca, that is the sort of tribute that just does not happen for anyone, really, does it? That's a pretty special moment.
Really special. Didn't it sound absolutely brilliant? And I think wherever you are in the world, you would recognise, you know, the opening bars of that song, and you're thinking about your 9 to 5 and your boss that's got it in for you. You know, it's a kind of anthem for all of us at work who have been at work. And yeah, just absolutely elegant and very rarely paid, you know, very rarely do the Brits pay tribute like that. So very special, but totally deserved.
Dr. Ellie, we were on air last night as that news broke of the legend Dolly Parton passing away, and we'd spoken about how she transcended so many different, not just genres, bringing country music to the West from my point of view, but also to an international audience that had never heard of her before. And I'd wondered how far her reach had gone, and we had you know, Canadians and we had British people on the show last night, and I'd said from an Irish perspective, did she make it all the way to Australia? Was she influential in Lebanon? What was the story with the legend that was Dolly Parton?
I mean, for the people who are, you know about music, definitely knew and followed her, but you cannot miss the beautiful songs that she did and that were really worldwide spread in that sense. All the different pieces that she did, be it 9 to 5, be it Jolene, be it different songs that she did, they were really all over the world, and all of us heard them and played them in different occasions and parties and so on. I also heard a very nice thing about her yesterday, not accurate factually, but definitely the impression is that she is the only thing or person that all Americans agreed on across the stage, maybe the last thing that all Americans agreed on. But I also learned something new yesterday, that she actually wrote and sang the song And I Will Always Love You, that later on became very famous with Whitney Houston. Yep. That she was actually the one who wrote it and sang it before. I didn't know that. So there's even there secret treasures that you can see in her career as we learn more about her.
Yeah, and I think there's 3,000 songs that were in there. She's had massive hits through the years as well. And there is one more song that we're going to get from Dolly Parton, but we have to wait until what would have been her 100th birthday. So I think we're 20 years away from that. Actually, it's going to be in 2046 that we're going to get to hear that one last song that's been locked away in a vault. And I believe it's a tribute towards somebody. I believe it might have been one of her uncles. And she's recorded that. It is ready. So we haven't heard the last of Dolly music. And even today, she's moving up the charts with all of her hits. And I tried to watch 9 to 5 last night, but unfortunately was a bit too tired after the show and fell asleep. But I think I'll give it another spin tonight. Dr. Ellie, we're going to stick with you for our last story. An unusual type of wrestling for your pick of the day. We'll let you tell us all about this.
Well, look at the video. This very weird but very interesting kind of sports. It has become a national competition, and there's now a German championship. It is mostly from Bavaria, and it is all about finger wrestling. So the people would be sitting across the table, pulling a ring of a leather ring and trying to pull the other person across the table. It seems that this has started in different bars and taverns where people decided that instead of fighting and punching each other out, they will find a better way to settle their disputes. And they started doing this, and it catched on to the people in different situations, different occasions, and became a very nice hobby or a very nice way of competing between people. And today we have very big popularity for this game, be it in Austria or in Germany, specifically in Bavaria. And as I said, there is a national competition for it that usually happens this time of the year. And these are the pictures of this year. Quite impressive, quite weird, but very interesting. And when they were accused of saying this is too violent, they responded that other sports are much more violent and this could just hurt your finger, but nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some after effects from some of these people who've had, cuts in their fingers and stuff as well. It's a bit strange. It's a bit out there. I'm not one to judge. I've seen the slap championships. I went to a slap match that took place in Dubai as well. And even in the UK, Rebecca, I'm not sure if you're aware, there is a toe wrestling championship. Don't know how many people sign up for that. It's a bit of an unusual sport. Would you fancy your chances at a bit of finger wrestling?
Not in the least, but I wonder if we sort of roll this out on the world stage and give kind of Trump and Putin a desk and see if they can wrestle across that.
Yeah, I'd go one step further. I'd say, would we potentially consider it for the Olympics? Will we have a look and see if we can add it into the next Olympics? Because stranger sports have been added. Breakdancing was one of the sports in the Olympics.
Exactly.
I mean, I just think, and I think it was the Australians who brought that about, Dr. Ellie. So I don't know what sway you guys have with the Olympics committee, but if you manage to get breakdancing in, I feel like you could have a go at finger wrestling as well and see if that can get in there. Can you work your magic when you get a chance?
Yes, sure, we'll try to. As you said, we've seen weirder sports get into the Olympics.
Sure. So. Don't Google strange sports. You'll be down a rabbit hole that you're never going to get out of for the entire night. Well, that's all from us on W News Extra for tonight. I want to say massive thanks to our guests in Dubai, Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, and in London, Editor-in-Chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson. It's been a pleasure to have you both on the show this evening. Thank you. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X, and GNT with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next. But for now, goodbye and good night.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today. From our headquarters here in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says his country has shaken off what he called a dark burden. This as the US announces that it's taken Damascus off its list of state sponsors of terrorism. The Syrian leader has spoken to Russia's President Vladimir Putin today. We ask what's going to happen to Russian military bases in Syria, which date back to the Assad regime. And the US Secret Service says it is aware of an apparent plot to assassinate President Trump's youngest son. We ask, how seriously is that threat being taken? All of that to come in today's edition of GNT. Welcome to the programme. We begin in Syria, following on from the announcement by Washington at the start of this week that the US has removed Syria from its list of state sponsors of terrorism. Well, Syria has been on that list for 47 years. Well, this move, which removes major economic restrictions on the Syrian economy, is seen as another significant step in the warming of ties between the US and Damascus. And it comes nearly 2 years after the regime of the former President Bashar al-Assad collapsed. Well, the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this move will promote political and economic stability in Syria. Well, Damascus has hailed the move as historic. And Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara said that his country had shaken off what he called a dark burden. Here's what he said.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you. Today Syria is shaking off a dark burden and tearing out a painful chapter of its past to embark on a path of development, reconstruction and rebuilding. Great people of Syria, you have done it again. The sanctions have been lifted and the restrictions removed. I ask God Almighty to help us serve you. I extend my deepest gratitude to the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and to all the friendly and supportive nations that stood by us. Peace, mercy and blessings of God be upon you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation now Robert Ford, who is the former US ambassador to Syria, who served under President Obama. He joins us from Maine in the United States. Great to have you back with us on the programme, Ambassador Ford. Syria has been on that US list of state sponsors of terrorism since the year 1979. What does it mean for the country to be taken off that list?
Well, it's an important step in enabling Syria to reintegrate into the world economy and the world financial system. It will also enable the two governments, Damascus and Washington, to begin to establish a defense relationship if that's what they want to do. It will also make it easier for American companies to export products to Syria, including technology products, which heretofore had been banned.
And what sort of a message do you think it sends out to the rest of the world about the sort of the general direction of travel the US seems to see Syria heading in?
Well, it's another sign of support from Washington, especially because these sanctions had been in place for almost 50 years. And it's a recognition that the government in Damascus is very different in its foreign policy from that of the preceding government, Bashar al-Assad, that it is a government, the new government in Damascus is one which can work particularly with countries in the West and in North America, Europe, for example.
Of course, you knew the old Syria under the regime of Bashar al-Assad. What's your personal take on the overall trajectory of Syria over the course of these last 22 months or so since Assad's downfall?
Well, it's quite remarkable, in fact. We have everything from a reestablishment of good political relations with countries in the West, Europe and North America, the United States in particular. We've had a Syrian president in the Oval Office. I cannot remember when that has happened before. And at the same time, inside Syria, there are encouraging signs, although huge challenges remain, huge economic challenges, rebuilding, huge challenges with national reconciliation. And there are still worries and concerns among some Syrian communities, even as the government has taken steps to begin addressing those worries. So much progress, much still to do.
Indeed, and we'll talk about some of the specific challenges a bit later on in the conversation. But just staying with the economy for a moment, I'm wondering, I mean, it's reported that things have improved slightly for the average Syrian man or woman. But what do you think is the economic reality faced by the average person in Syria today?
Well, first, I must admit that I have not been to Syria in a year and a half. But I think there are two big challenges for Syrians, and I include in that the millions of Syrian refugees who are now beginning to come home to Syria. The first is inflation and wages, jobs, employment. It's hard for Syrian families to make ends meet. Wages are still below what cost of living increases there are, and so that's been a challenge. And the second challenge is infrastructure. Although electricity delivery has certainly improved in major Syrian cities, there are still challenges with things like clean water supply. Housing is a huge challenge. Rebuilding roads, rebuilding such things as the energy infrastructure, the oil and gas sectors in central and eastern Syria. These are all big challenges. The possibility of foreign investment in some of these areas will help, but it's going to take time.
Do you think, therefore, on the back of this announcement, we are going to see multinational companies, foreign investors going into Syria, whether it's banks, whether it's construction firms helping with the reconstruction effort? Is that something you'd expect to see, or will that still take some time?
I don't think it will happen overnight, but it is interesting to me that Reuters has reported that the Syrian government has had discussions with Bank of America about reconnecting relations and financial ties. The government of Syria has had discussions with MasterCard so that perhaps Syria could be reintegrated into that angle of the international financial system, credit card sales. But I would make a point here, which I think is important. Syria's business climate has to be better. There are still issues about corruption. These date back to the Bashar al-Assad and Hafez al-Assad regimes. It's not new, but it is a problem. And at the same time, things which are not headline news, but are really important, such as the application of commercial law, the ability of companies to regulate and find answers to commercial disputes promptly and fairly. And of course, issues related to everything from visas for business people to permits to start businesses. All of these things in a business climate matter, especially when Syria must compete with other foreign countries for investment.
I just want to ask you another headline news story today related to Syria is the fact that the Syrian president and the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, spoke on the telephone today. And in their conversation, they talked about, quote, deepening political dialogue and cooperation in trade and other areas. I mean, given that Russia propped up the regime of Bashar al-Assad and is currently providing him with refuge, I don't know how ordinary Syrians would feel about entertaining a deepening of ties with the Russians. But how do you think the Americans feel about it?
Well, I think already the Trump administration, according to media reports, has raised with the Syrian government Syrian imports of Russian oil, and the Americans have expressed a desire to see Syria reduce its purchases of Russian oil. So I think already on that, there is some discomfort in the United States with the Syria-Russia relationship. I do not want to over-exaggerate that, but there is a real relationship between Syria and Russia, whether it be in the area of military cooperation. The Syrian government and the Russians were negotiating that last month. And now it's possible that Russian companies who are heavily sanctioned by the United States, I would remind your viewers, are perhaps looking at ventures in Syria where they could make relatively small investments but secure good export possibilities. And so this effort to contain Russia and its aggression against Ukraine will naturally affect Syrian-Russian relations.
How do you think Syrians do feel about that relationship? I mean, their view of Russia must be rather conflicting, given that Bashar al-Assad is there in Russia. Russia had a major military presence inside Syria, and the fate of those two significant bases remains uncertain. But, I mean, Bashar al-Assad wouldn't have survived the 13 years of the civil war were it not for the Russians. So don't you find it slightly surprising that the Syrians would in any way allow the Russians into their country in any capacity, investor or otherwise?
Well, Tom, I think you're absolutely right about the importance of Russian support to Bashar al-Assad, and that support in the end prolonged the war substantially. I do not have my finger on the pulse of average Syrians, except I would say this: during my visit a year and a half ago, I spoke to a number of Syrian fighters who had been fighting under President Shara against the Assad regime and his Russian allies. And I can tell you that they were very angry at Russia. I met several fighters who had lost family members because of Russian bombing of Syrian civilian targets. So I think there is a level of resentment there. But I also think Syrians want to turn a page after the long years of fighting. They want to rebuild the country. And it is interesting to me that the Syrian leadership is very pragmatic about this. I don't think President Shara, I don't think Foreign Minister Shaibani have any illusions about Vladimir Putin and the Russian government, but they are pragmatic enough to understand there may be ways to extract benefit for Syrians from a relationship with Russia.
It's been a good week for Syria's leadership, because there's another headline as well that I want to run past you, which is that the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces have announced that they are going to dissolve themselves. Those forces will then be integrated into the mainstream Syrian army, albeit in potentially separate brigades. And I'm wondering whether you think herein lies a blueprint for other countries, and I'm thinking particularly of Iraq, but also to some extent of Lebanon, where these non-armed state groups can be integrated into the national army. Do you think that's a blueprint the United States is eyeing?
Well, certainly in Syria, the process of beginning to reintegrate the autonomous area of northeastern Syria, which was governed by a Syrian Kurdish political party and its affiliated militia. That process of reintegration has gone better than many people had expected. I remember back at the beginning of the year, this year, there were worries about massacres of Syrian Kurds at the hands of government security forces. That did not happen, happily. The reintegration process has a fair distance to go, and some of the Syrian Kurdish political figures have underlined that they will continue to press for press on topics such as Kurdish education and the teaching of the language, local governance, and greater role in Damascus. Whether or not that would serve as a model for other countries in the region, I am not so sure. I am reminded that 10 years ago, the Iraqi government tried to integrate militias affiliated with Iran into the Iraqi larger security forces, the Iraqi army. And all that ended up happening was that the government in Baghdad ended up paying the salaries of militias who retained their loyalty to Iran. And in the end, I don't think Baghdad gained very much from taking over the salary payments. So Iraq is a complicated problem. It is really different from Syria that way. And Lebanon is also very different in its makeup from Syria. So I'm not sure it's going to be a great model.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, we were talking at the beginning about some of the challenges facing the new leadership in Damascus. And I mean, one of the biggest challenges is obvious when you look at a map and you look at who Syria's neighbors are. I mean, you've got Turkey to the north, Israel to the south, Lebanon to the west, and Iraq to the east. I mean, obviously, when you look at that map, you can remember that adage, I'm sure you hear it quite often, that experts on the region say that a stable Syria will mean a stable Middle East. One of the big risks for Syria right now is being caught in the middle of a brewing row between Ankara and Israel. And I'm wondering whether you see Syria managing to stay out of that. And do you see potential for Israel muddying the waters in this Syria that we've been talking about and how it's on the right trajectory? Do you see Israel somehow being a spoiler in all of this?
Well, already Israel is intervening in Syria, and I would first remind viewers that Syria is a sovereign state, and its government is recognized worldwide, and it represents Syria in the United Nations. And so Israeli intervention in Syrian internal affairs is, in a sense, a real violation of Syrian sovereignty. But of course, there is a regional angle to this, which is competition between Turkey and Israel. I do not think that Ankara is looking for conflict with Israel. I do not. I think the Turks are being careful, and happily there is a channel of direct communication between Jerusalem and Ankara. And so I hope the two governments, Turkey and Israel, can define red lines and avoid open conflict. The Syrian angle in this is that President Shara, Foreign Minister Shaibani, and the Syrian government's defense establishment have close connections to Turkey that date back to the fight against Bashar al-Assad's regime. They have worked together for many years now, and they want to build a stronger Syrian security establishment, stronger Syrian security forces, which in the end would help promote regional stability by clipping the wings of Iran and Iranian militias that are trying still to infiltrate weaponry and personnel across Syria from Iraq into Lebanon to help Hezbollah. In the longer term, a stronger Syrian government, not hostile to Israel, would be in Israel's interest. And I'm hoping, perhaps with American mediation, the Turks, the Israelis, and the Syrians can find a way to address Israeli worries and establish a more stable Syria with Turkish and Israeli support.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Thank you very much indeed, Robert Ford, former US ambassador to Syria. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya English.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, we can speak now to Ambassador James Jeffrey, who is a former US Special Envoy to Syria and Deputy National Security Advisor. He joins us from Washington. Ambassador Jeffrey, great to have you with us. Clearly, Syria is no longer on that list of state sponsors of terrorism, and that's for the first time since 1979, I gather. What do you think it means for the country not to be on that list any longer?
Thanks for having me on, Tom. It has huge significance for the people of Syria, for the United States, and for the region for economic, symbolic, and geopolitical reasons. Economically, even though most sanctions were lifted by the U.S., UN, Europe, the state designation of terrorism inhibited investors, inhibited banks, inhibited financial and trading relationships with Syria that desperately needs an economic boost, first of all. Secondly, symbolically, it was the last kind of shadow over al-Shara, who, of course, has his origins in an American prison as an al-Qaeda fighter, in his Hayat for al-Sham, which fought effectively against the Islamic State, effectively against Assad, but again has a shadow too. So that's the second thing. But most importantly, right now, the United States is engaged in a region-wide conflict with various allies and partners, basically since the Hamas attack in 2023, against Iran and its proxies. Syria plays a crucial role, blocking Iranian support to Hezbollah in Lebanon and serving as a possible secondary route for oil and other trade out of the Gulf in the situation where the Straits of Hormuz are closed. So for all of these reasons, this is a really important development.
Right, and as you point out, Syria is right in the middle geographically of all of those developments, bordering so many key countries. We heard the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that this move would give Syrians, quote, a path to prosperity. Those were his words. Why do you think the US has decided after all these years that now is the right time to take Syria off that list?
Well, the United States, as you know, had after al-Shara came to power, first with the Biden administration, lifted some sanctions, then Trump, step by step, started lifting sanctions and designations, which frankly, when I was a Syria envoy, I was aggressively putting on the Assad regime. It was hard to unravel them. There's some congressional concern. We wanted to see that the integration of our Kurdish allies, the Syrian Democratic Forces in the north, went well. As I think you're aware, Mazloum Abdi, the Kurdish commander, just announced the integration of all of his forces into the Syrian military. So I think Washington was waiting a bit to see if this momentum was continuing, and it has been, including, importantly, Syria and Israel and Jordan are talking again, trying to resolve their differences.
Indeed. So it's been a good week for Syria's leadership for the reasons you just gave there. And just touching on, what this might mean for the wider world. I mean, clearly, Syria's got a massive reconstruction project on its hands. The World Bank estimates that it's going to cost somewhere in the region of 200 billion, possibly more, to carry out all that reconstruction work. Would you expect Syria no longer being on that list of state sponsors of terrorism to therefore represent opportunities for other countries?
I think so. First of all, it has good ports. In fact, it's partially taken over the Russian port in another good development for Syria just 2 weeks ago. Moreover, Syria represented the failure of the region to deal with Iran and another assault on stability and security, which was the Assad regime. 12 million people either displaced or as refugees, including 1 million plus to Europe, destabilizing Europe in 2015. The rise of Daesh, real concerns on the part of Turkey about the PKK offshoot there that the United States had to carefully manage. So all kinds of problems emanated from Syria. Now that with the support of the Saudis, the other Gulf states, reluctantly Israel, and certainly Turkey and the Europeans and the UN, we have an opportunity together to reverse what has happened in Syria since 2011.
Right. I mean, Syria seems to have a long list of good friends, reliable allies, and you've mentioned a number of them there. And in fact, the Syrian president spoke to the Russian president today on the telephone. And I'm wondering whether you think the Russians, having propped up Bashar al-Assad for so many years and prolonged, therefore, the civil war, not to mention the fact that they had a military presence in the country and the future of those Russian bases remains unclear. I mean, does Syria have to choose, do you think, at some point between allies like the United States and allies like the Assad regime had, namely China and Russia?
Absolutely not. First of all, I've seen no sign that this Trump administration has put any demands on Syria to sever all relations with Russia. There was a bit of that at the end of the Biden administration. I advised against it, as did, I think, both Turkey and Israel. The point is, the Syrians are reducing their links to the Russians, including this new base agreement, including the symbolic act of the death penalty for Assad, who's sitting in Russia right now, and other steps that the Syrians have taken to diversify their energy imports and their military cooperation, because they're still dependent upon Russia for oil, for wheat, and for a lot of spare parts and other things for their military equipment, which is primarily Russian. So they're not going to end the relationship. They're slowly moving away from it, and I think everybody is happy with that. Nobody's going to put them under any pressure to choose.
What do you think is going to happen to Bashar al-Assad? He's been living in Moscow for nearly 2 years now. Obviously, you've mentioned that he's got that in absentia death penalty. Do you think perhaps he might emerge as a bargaining chip used in this relationship by the Syrians?
I do not think so. My information from Russian sources is, look, we're all in with Damascus and al-Shara. Assad is just an embarrassment, but Russia doesn't abandon its former friends, so he'll sit there, but he's not a factor anymore, and I believe them on this.
Okay. Obviously, we were talking about Syria's geography just a moment ago, and it sits exactly in the middle of Turkey and Israel. And those are two countries that are increasingly sounding hostile towards one another. How does Syria avoid being dragged into that?
Staying close to the United States. Both Israel and Turkey are very important American partners. They're the two primary power centers in the Middle East right now. They're both crucial to contain Iran without too much American engagement and involvement in the region, and we're trying to reduce that. But they do have tensions, particularly over Syria and over some of the ideology, particularly President Erdogan's support for Hamas in particular, and the Palestinians in general. But these issues can be worked. Both are status quo states. Neither has a major security conflict with the other. And with clever American foreign policy and diplomacy, and we've seen that so far with this administration, and as I said, at the end of the Biden administration, I'm pretty confident that these can be worked out. I think the outcome of the talks and the de-escalation since the Israeli bombing of the base close to the Turkish border about 10 days ago, I think that's a good indication that things can be controlled, and I certainly hope so.
Right, and just to wrap up, I mean, obviously, Syria and Israel have been having some kind of a dialogue, and they had these talks in Jordan on Sunday, as we've been saying. President Trump wants a security deal to be struck between Syria and Israel. I'm wondering if you see that happening. And just an extension of that question, do you see Syria eventually, perhaps some years down the line, being a signatory of the Abraham Accords?
I think it's possible eventually, but that would require a resolution one way or the other legally under international law of the status of the Golan Heights. Al-Shara has made that clear. Of course, his nom de guerre was al-Jolani from his origins in the Golan. And Syrians take that seriously, but what they want is a first step, and this is achievable, is a return to the 1974 deconfliction arrangements between, at the time, Assad's father and Israel, Israeli withdrawal back to the Golan Heights, and some resolution, the Israelis are pressing this, for the Druze. That's all doable. That's what the United States is aiming for in these talks.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Ambassador James Jeffrey. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's speak now to Hagar Shamali, who is the former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council under President Obama. She's now the president of the Lebanon-Israel Peace Alliance and joins us from New York. Great to have you back with us on the program, Hagar. I've been putting this question to other guests today as well, but I wanted to know what you think it means and how important a message it sends out to the rest of the world that Syria is no longer on that list of state sponsors of terrorism for the first time in nearly half a century.
This is a really significant move, Tom. In fact, it's a lot more, it's both symbolic and it will have actual effects in the ability of the Syrian government to raise funds for its reconstruction and really be reintegrated into the international financial world. You know, when you have a state sponsorship of terrorism designation from the United States, what that does in practical terms is actually really impose sanctions on or prohibitions on American companies from engaging in what are called dual use items. So they prohibit things like sending technology and other things that could be used in the defense of that other country, something that could contribute to their military, for example. So it's actually quite specific and niche. But the title is so huge because it is something that is only really reserved for the rare few governments. And as a result, it really ends up isolating that government financially and country much more than the practical effect of that sanction. So this is it not only really opens Syria for business with the United States and others that follow US sanctions, of course, so around the world, but it's also really quite symbolic in terms of looking ahead to the next chapter for Syria.
Right, and that list of state sponsors of terrorism has just got a good deal shorter. There are only 3 countries left on it: Cuba, Iran, and North Korea, now that Syria is no longer on that list. You're talking about Syria being reintegrated into the global economy. And of course, the country's got a president who's not quite been in office for 2 years, but he's really been embraced by Washington and by other global powers. And I just wondered what your take is on the general direction he's taken the country these last nearly 2 years.
Sure. Well, first, from the Washington standpoint, I can tell you that there's a lot of hope in him from on a bipartisan level. I've seen it. I've spoken to both Democrats and Republicans on Capitol Hill. Of course, you've got the Trump administration, where they're very motivated and inspired by the opportunity presented here, by the fact that there is any hope whatsoever. That doesn't mean that their eyes aren't wide open about the problems that exist in Syria, the problems that continue to exist with President al-Shara in charge, his history, of course, the fact that you've got elements of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in the military. There was a recent video that we saw that was quite concerning that made waves here in Washington, where Syrian military, Syrian representatives of the military were talking about targeting Jews, literally saying that. So I'm not saying that they're naive to the reality that presents on the ground. And the fact is that in Syria, you are seeing this progress. You are seeing hope from the Syrian people in al-Shara, in moving things ahead. But there are also a lot of concerns. And you have, obviously, the Druze who are very concerned. You have the Christians who are concerned, so minorities generally, and of course the Kurds. And so we are not yet at a place where we're seeing that al-Shara is taking that protection for minorities seriously enough in Washington. But that doesn't mean that he isn't viewed as somebody with whom the United States can try to engage and try to work with to get Syria on a better path, not just for Syria's sake, by the way, but also for national security interests around the world. There's no interest in having Syria continue to be a breeding ground for terrorism.
Right, and just a reminder of how far the country's come. While you were talking, we were looking at pictures of President al-Shara playing basketball in the United States. We saw him in the Oval Office. I mean, things that would never have been imaginable with the previous leadership in Syria. The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, made a visit to Israeli troops in southern Syria earlier this week. That clearly upset Damascus. They call that a flagrant violation of the country's sovereignty. And Katz said that we'll keep Israeli troops there on the ground for as long as there are threats to his country. I mean, it sounds as though Israel is deeply suspicious of this rapprochement between Damascus and Washington and indeed other players in the region. Do you think that's justified?
They are deeply suspicious. They are right to be concerned because we've already seen it play out in Sueda, for example, which is the south of Syria. So, and that was a massacre that was carried out. And I understand there's a long history there, but regardless, there was no justification for it. There was, that was taken out by elements, including in the Syrian military and by jihadist elements. And so that's something that it's a concern shared in Washington as well. I can tell you that there are jihadi elements in the Syrian military. This is something that Washington feels President al-Shara needs to focus on, needs to eliminate, and they're not seeing enough movement on that front. So the Israelis have said this over and over again, and they've said that there's no way that they're going to accept any representation of jihadis near their border, which I understand, or whether it's near their border or near the Golan Heights, etc. They're and certainly not near the Druze at this point. And to be honest with you, the onus is really on al-Shara has a lot to prove, and I don't envy his position. He has a lot to do in the country to pick it up and reconstruct and fix it and ensure this. But the fact is that that bar needs to remain high in order for him to understand that nobody's going to accept jihadi elements in the Syrian military or threats against minorities.
Right, but I mean, Israel does have something to give in return. I mean, the recognition of Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights is something that only two countries outside of Israel actually do recognize, one being the United States, the other being Colombia, as of really a few days ago. How do you see that issue being resolved?
Yeah, actually, so even the Syrian foreign minister, I believe, came out and said that when it comes to this issue, that this is one that is going to be discussed between the Israeli and Syrian governments, that this is something that that they need to discuss. And that's perfectly fair. That is perfectly fair. In fact, I've been quite hopeful for the discussions between the Syrians and Israelis. And again, anything in this corner of the world should be expected to go up and down. And when to be fair, unlike Lebanon, Israel, which I work on, as you know, there are some real territorial issues that you have in Syria at the moment. But again, the Syrian government itself is saying, look, we're not saying anything right now. We are going to discuss this in talks with Israel. We have a long way to go. It hasn't been resolved yet. There are some things there that really do need to be resolved. And it's really, if anything, an opportunity for the two sides to have something to discuss, to have something to bargain over or negotiate and figure out solutions there. But it's going to be a long path for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's encouraging, isn't it, that dialogue is taking place. The Israelis and the Syrians, I believe, met in Jordan on Sunday and held in-depth discussions. But I'm wondering whether you think there could be any shift in the US position on Golan, given that hanging on to the Golan Heights, which the Israelis have done since 1967, fuels suspicion elsewhere in the world, and here I'm thinking about southern Lebanon, that the Israelis that are present there might be there for quite some time, and they might be eyeing that as being a permanent installation on their part. Do you think the US might reconsider and perhaps send a strong message to Israel with regards to sovereignty of the Golan Heights?
You know, you're asking actually almost like a dissertation level question. I'll tell you why. Because it opens up the conversation on the direction of U.S.-Israeli policy and what will happen given our elections here. So let me get to that. But you make a point about the view from Lebanon, because the view from the Lebanese from Lebanon, of course, is that they are concerned, whether it's Golan Heights or other chapters in history, they are concerned whether or not of the intentions of the Israeli government and how long or whether their presence in Lebanon would be permanent, albeit that the Israeli government continues to reiterate, including in the trilateral framework agreement, meaning it's written and signed in this agreement that was signed in the end of June, that Israel has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon. And that is true, and I can certify that. That doesn't mean that they're not going to want to try to figure out something in the south that ensures that the north of Israel is protected. Those are borders that really, where you've got houses and activity that meet up right up against that border. So that said, I understand, of course, the view coming from that side. Now, when you talk about U.S. policy and whether that will change, I don't believe it'll change in the next 2 years under President Trump. However, given the direction of both parties, both the Democrats and the Republicans in the United States, and the extent to which Israel has become this real hot issue for voters, and I'm not justifying that. Actually, I think it's an obsession that they need to calm down on. But nonetheless, it has become this obsession among voters on both sides, and both sides are talking about really shifting that relationship. However, which way they do, there is going to be some kind of shift. I can't tell you how, so I don't know for sure if it'll play out regarding recognition of the Golan Heights. But regardless, it's going to shift in one way. It's going to shift at some point, sure, likely in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot's going to happen, isn't it, before the end of the year, with elections in Israel in less than 2 months from now, and the midterms, obviously, in the United States after that. Another question I want to ask you is, obviously, Syria's geographical position puts it right in the middle of tensions, growing tensions between Israel and Turkey. It's got Turkey to the north, it's got Israel to the south. How does Syria stay out of that?
No, I'm so glad you asked me this question. I think Syria is going to really struggle to stay out of that because the Turks in general, Erdogan and the Turkish foreign minister really believe deeply that al-Shara is partly in government thanks to them. That is the view there. They view him almost as a little brother, if you will. And I've seen the Turkish foreign minister many times almost kind of lead Syrian representatives in government meetings around the world and conferences around the world. You've seen them on panels often. So this is something that Turkey is starting to kind of exercise its influence a little bit. And really that was what was at the crux of the latest violence that you've seen. So Israel struck the north of Syria and the north of Syria last week. And of course, this caused a kerfuffle. And you had Ambassador Tom Burges, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey and special envoy to Syria, come out and say that the Israelis were, quote unquote, baiting the Turks, whereas the Israelis said, well, we have intelligence that the Turks are trying to go into the northern part of Syria. By the way, something that Erdogan himself has talked about. He has publicly talked about military intervention in Syria to push back against the Israelis. And the Israelis said, we're not going to accept that because that poses a direct threat to Israel. Turkey has has not shied away from making its positions toward Israel very clear. In general, by the way, certainly regarding peace. I know I feel it every time on Lebanon-Israel peace. They are not in favor of peace, but also regarding Israeli presence in Lebanon and Syria specifically. So what I find the Israeli strike really actually did is expose the extent to which Erdogan and his government have their eyes on Syria, have their eyes on the Levant in general. And it's not just through President al-Shara. Turkey is also funding the Muslim Brotherhood in Lebanon, something that the Lebanese are not happy about at all. And so it's very concerning from the US, from Washington, also because we don't want to see that kind of expansionist behavior, neo-Ottoman, if anything, and influence in the Levant at a time when there is a real genuine effort to try and get peace between Syria and Israel and Lebanon and Israel respectively. But you feel Turkey is fighting for that. They're feeling cornered and they feel the pressure and they feel that they're not winning that game. So they're trying to exert that power more. And this is going to continue to be a struggle. And al-Shara, unfortunately, is really going to be in the middle of it, much more so than Lebanon.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there, but it has been a good week for Syria and the Syrian leadership. The Kurdish-led SDF forces obviously integrated into the army. That's happened this week, and this announcement by Washington that Syria is no longer on that list of state sponsors of terrorism. So something for them to celebrate there. Thank you so much, Hagar Shamali, former director for Syria and Lebanon at the... excuse me, I'm going to have to do that goodbye again because the teleprompter didn't move. I'll just do that one more time. Excuse me. Sorry, I have to do that goodbye again because you have to move the prompter. I can't memorize everyone's title. Okay, ready? Okay, well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed, Hagar Shamali, the former director for Syria and Lebanon at the National Security Council under President Obama and the president of the Lebanon-Israel Peace Alliance. Thank you so much. In other news, the US Secret Service has confirmed that it is aware that Iranian state media has aired a video which appears to threaten the life of Baron Trump, President Donald Trump's youngest son, and alleging that a $10 million bounty had been offered for his killing. Well, Baron Trump is 20 years old. Well, ever since the assassination of Iran's former supreme leader 6 months ago, there have been multiple threats to President Trump and his family members circulating on Iranian media. A spokesperson for the US Secret Service declined to offer any further details on the matter. This, they said, out of concern for operational security. Well, Paul Eklof is a former senior Secret Service agent who has previously protected President Trump, President Obama, and President Bush. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again. I just wonder how seriously you think the US Secret Service would be taking a threat of this particular nature.
Well, the Secret Service could not take a threat like this more seriously. This is more than a threat against Baron Trump. It can be fundamentally understood as an attempt to reach the president psychologically through his family and as a direct attack on the president of the United States as a father rather than as a commander-in-chief or as a president. It's simultaneously a protective intelligence problem, an influence operation, and potentially an instrument of coercion.
Yeah, I was going to ask you whether you thought this was principally a psychological threat more than anything else. I mean, I just wonder what went through your mind when you first heard that a state actor would even consider targeting a young boy of 20.
Sadly, I'm not surprised by this from this regime. Iran has forfeited the right for its rhetoric not to be taken seriously. There's documented evidence of their actions and plans to take out assassination operations or military operations outside of their theater. The problem isn't necessarily that they had any real intelligence in this video. The problem is the inspiration that it could cause in individuals who would take this as a call to action.
Right, so you're saying there could be groups inside the United States that would be sympathetic to such a message coming out of Iran. I mean, I was going to ask you whether you think perhaps Iran has sleeper cells operating inside the United States. Does that sound likely?
I would just be speculating to say whether they do or do not. I would assume that they do. I operate from a principle, perhaps it's paranoid, but all of these things exist, and we have to prepare every day to prevent them from being weaponized. And the incident here is that the propaganda can be fake, but the person inspired by it is very real. What you're seeing is an assassination tasking without an actual tasking. You're putting out the information, you're creating fake vulnerabilities or the appearance of those in the hopes or the plans that someone will see those vulnerabilities and test them, whether they exist or not. Even tests on a very robust security plan can have devastating consequences, as we have seen multiple times just in the last 2 years in the Trump administration.
Right. I mean, there are clearly threats all the time against presidents of the United States, not just this president, and their families. And I'm wondering how the U.S. Secret Service goes about really prioritizing those threats, processing them and handling them. What is the procedure for weighing up whether one threat is more serious than another?
Well, everything has to be weighed upon risk and consequence, and certainly this is high risk, high consequence, but as are all things to the Secret Service. They're put into the layered security matrix and the calculus that's used to decide to move assets or to provide physical protection, technical protection, and other means. However, nothing really changes. These geopolitical threats and 2 wars simultaneously right now in Ukraine and Iran do certainly add to the tension. The rhetoric that we've seen about these from these state actors certainly elevates it. And I've protected presidential children around the world, including Trump's, and the public sees a young person living a relatively normal life. What they don't see is the extraordinary machinery and the operation that quietly operates around that life and makes it appear to be normal.
I was going to ask you a bit about that because, you know, you do have this direct knowledge of working with President Trump's children. And the Trumps are a bit different from other US presidents in that they don't just operate out of state-owned properties. They have their own portfolio of homes around the place. I mean, we often see them at Mar-a-Lago. We often see them at Trump Tower. Does that complicate the job of protecting them at all?
It complicates them in one sense, and it actually makes it a little easier in others because these are private properties where the members or the guests or the people moving in and out of them are relatively known. Checks can be done. Public locations like hotels and other things that can be accessed by people more than members or the residents, say, of Trump Tower complicates things. Certainly Trump Tower being in the center of Manhattan complicates things a great deal. But the Secret Service has faced these sorts of threats from presidents for over 100 years and has stepped up to the challenge. It's just becoming more complicated in the age of AI.
Okay, and I mean, I'm old enough to remember an attempt on Ronald Reagan's life when he was president and he was shot. I mean, clearly threats and very real threats to the lives of US presidents are nothing new. And of course, JFK is another example of that. But would you say this president has more threats made against him than other presidents that you've worked with?
I wouldn't say that he has more threats as a baseline, but we have seen in the last year that the number of threats on President Trump have doubled in comparison to prior administrations. So certainly it's far worse than it's ever been. And the global situation is far more unstable. The immediacy of information and the speed with which individuals can be radicalized to act has never been more threatening. And certainly President Trump has to operate in an environment that is far more threatening than his predecessors.
And President Trump himself has said this, and I quote, "I am number one on the kill list for Iran." Those are the president's words. And he was recently smuggled, as you probably saw, in a catering trolley in Istanbul when he was visiting there. To what extent do you think his movements and his way of living has had to change in the face of threats on his life?
I would say the only thing that has to change is when he went from a private individual to the president of the United States. He had to fall within a very complex national security apparatus and command structure of the U.S. military as its commander-in-chief. He has to be deferential to the security concerns, the continuity of the president, and the very continuity of the government of the United States. If anyone understands this threat greatly, and statements like that, he's anything but naive. He understands the threat, and the Secret Service exists because of a history of assassination in America, but it also exists so that the head of state can operate in the interest of the country and not have to be fully swayed by all of the threats around him.
And just lastly and briefly, if you don't mind, obviously we're in the build-up to the midterm elections. Would you expect there to be much greater security during these next coming weeks and months in view of the fact those elections are looming and in view of the fact that there is a state actor out there that wants to inflict harm on the US and its leadership?
I would say that's very insightful. As we saw during the last election cycle, the assassination attempt on that field in Butler, Pennsylvania, that was the first time some assets were used on a presidential candidate. And it's very good that they were, because those counter sniper operatives were able to put down that threat. And that at the time was put in place because of a separate Iranian assassination threat. So this next campaign cycle, we will see far more robust protective layers, more protective intelligence screening, and far more work. But the public, it'll be transparent to the public. Many of these things happen behind the scenes, and the public is never aware. The window that they got in Turkey is about 1% of the things that the professionals that keep the president and his family safe operate under every day.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Always a pleasure talking to you. Paul Eckloff, former senior Secret Service agent. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That's all we've got time for on Global News today. As always, you can watch our interviews in full on our YouTube channel. Meanwhile, we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Well, until tomorrow, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The US President Donald Trump refers to the Chinese President Xi Jinping as my friend, and he describes him as one of the smartest people in the world, adding that they have a great relationship. But does China see it that way? Or does Beijing view Donald Trump's tariff war as an opportunity that may hasten China's replacement of the US as the world's dominant economic power? So what are the chances of the two leaders warmly embracing in China or the Oval Office over a cup of tea or Diet Coke anytime soon? Well, in this episode, we'll hear the perspectives of two eminent Chinese economists. Later in the show, I'll be joined from the US by Dr. Yan Liang. She believes that Donald Trump's actions have presented China with a strategic gift, an opportunity to reshape the global order in a more just and fair way.
Donald Trump has made it much harder for countries to trade, to export to the US, but it also kind of invites countries to rethink about what are the benefits of continue with the current trade relationships.
But first, let's hear from Keiyu Jin, who's a professor of economics at the London School of Economics. She was described as a brilliant thinker by the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Her best-selling book, The New China Playbook, Beyond Socialism and Capitalism, is a myth-busting guide to the Chinese economy and is considered by many to be a must-read for anyone doing business in China. Dr. Jin joins me now from the Chinese city of Hangzhou. Dr. Keiyu Jin, thank you for making some time for this important discussion. Now, looking at what seems to be the most chaotic economic ups and downs in recent history, how do you see this? Do you see what's at stake here? Political pride, economic justice, or a new world order?
I would say all of the above, but especially a new world order. I think it's the world is firmly now polarized, protectionist, and politicized, and where economics was driving politics, now it's completely the reverse. But really, I do see a bifurcation, inevitable and irreversible bifurcation between the US and China, really along the tech supply chain. It's very hard to go back to where we were because of all the uncertainty that has risen that will force companies to rethink, recalibrate, and regionalize production chains and so forth, and also countries to really focus on resilience. But I think all the global supply chain trend that has been completely reversed.
We'll go into some of those issues in a bit more detail. But when it comes to the tensions that we hear about constantly in the news, who do you think will blink first, the US or China?
These are the two largest economies with two strong men in power, one projecting more power than another. The tariffs is not just about making America great again from the US perspective. It is widely believed that it is meant to hurt other countries more. So it's not just about absolute power, but relative power. So under those circumstances, given the domestic popular demands, domestic politics, I think that it's very difficult to say. Of course, China thinks at this time it's really the US that has started this. It believes that making concessions to Trump would only demand more from him, and that only with equivalent force on US companies to feel the tariffs, just like Chinese suppliers are feeling, will it bring the US back to rational discussion.
But Dr. Jin, do you think there is a route that lets both these two proud leaders save face?
Well, the off-ramp, it's very hard to imagine what that looks like. Now, I think that they were probably having discussions, hopefully side discussions. There are people who are familiar with both sides doing some of the work. I know that there's an intense political discussion within China on what to do, which signifies that there is scope for at least taking the temperature down and room for negotiation, which I believe is also in what China desires. But exactly who's going to blink first, that's really hard to predict.
Now, in your book, The New China Playbook, you argue that China's economic model is misunderstood. Why?
Well, first of all, people think that China is an extremely centralized country and everything, all the decisions are made on the top. The more accurate way to describe it is that it's political centralization, but coupled with an extreme form of economic decentralization. The mayor economy, which I describe in my book, really showcases how radical reforms were implemented, but also currently how the most important dominant strategic technologies arise in China. They're not just a centralized decision. For instance, EVs or solar panels, they're spread around 80 cities across China, and everybody's competing. Local governments are competing with each other like they are in a beauty contest to vie for the best private companies. So this kind of model is very difficult to replicate elsewhere. There's a political and economic incentive because local government officials want to be promoted. So it's in their interest to do a good job in the economy and in technology. But this is really what has driven China's growth model.
I wonder then, Dr. Jin, what Donald Trump's approach to tariffs tells you about his understanding of the Chinese economy.
Of course, very little. First of all, it's true that China has a trade surplus with the U.S. on goods, especially on basic manufacturing. But the U.S. has also always run a surplus with China on service exports. The things like, financial, tourism, medical, students, etc. But also it exports more high-tech components to China. That doesn't seem like such a bad deal. And in fact, if you really want to lock China into a low-tech, low-value-added, low-margin position, you want to lower the tariffs on China's basic manufacturing rather than make them higher, in which case, what do you think China's going to do? China's going to do more of the higher value added because it's going to tariffs adjust and reallocate resources toward these advanced components, which goes directly head on head with the US. But more broadly speaking, it is an absolute fact that China has exported deflation to US and especially beneficial to US consumers at the lower income household level. If you look at the data in the last 20 years, all the rise in the price increases in the US come from services, not from manufacturing. And that has tamed inflation and allowed for more investment and obviously greater capacity to growth. All of that is under jeopardy.
From what you know, are there people in the Trump administration who do understand China better and are being ignored? Is it a case of, they're too scared to speak up or simply just not being heard?
Well, I think what this has proven is that no political system is immune to a one-man show and not immune to political loyalty trumping economic America has around the world. I think it firmly applies to itself. Of course, those on Wall Street, in the financial sector, in technology, in business, find the irony of these tariffs, but very few people are really speaking up. I think that someone like the Treasury Secretary understands the implications of not just hurting China, but the huge volatility, uncertainty, and also just the injustice, because all this information asymmetry benefits the financial elites who have access to these information. And it ultimately hurts the American people, especially regressive and also regressive on developing countries as well.
So if you were advising the current US policymakers, what would you tell them about the best way to engage constructively with China?
Well, first of all, I think the US should not be fearing a comfortable China. It should be fearing a more constrained China. And I'll give you an example of the semiconductors. American lobbyists in the 1990s went to China and lobbied for more imports of American chips. Guess what happened? The whole industry in China stalled. Why would you want to plow a huge amount of resources and spend on research and innovation when you can comfortably import it from America? The sector only accelerated and filled in major gaps and capacities after the export controls and bans, and now it's near domestic sufficiency. Even with gaps, China is now fine. So I would say make China comfortable is a starting point. You shouldn't fear it. Of course, there is national interest in the national security stuff, the technologies that are very critical for military capacity. I mean, both countries' national security and security interests have to be respected. That is fine, but compartmentalize. There are areas in which you would need China to collaborate, especially if we have a looming global financial crisis on the horizon, now more likely than ever, on climate change, on many collaborative efforts, especially if there's a global pandemic, and the two central banks are going to have to talk to each other. I cannot see that the dialogue is going to end right there.
With the way things are going, is a decoupling between the US and China inevitable? And if it does happen to any major degree, is it actually reversible?
I think decoupling is too strong of a word and it's too broad as a concept. I first of all argue that the tech supply chains, advanced manufacturing and semiconductor is on its way to bifurcation, one led by US, one led by China. Pivotal economies like Japan and South Korea want to have a foot in both. They don't want to just be in one camp, not only because of US unpredictability, but also because of opportunities that have arisen with greater tech autonomy in China. I think there will still be trade and degrees of normal investment in two countries. That is inevitable. But I think in certain areas, the bifurcation has already happened, especially in the parallel tech developments. There is no convergence to be seen there. But also, I want to just remind everyone that when China gained the most favored nation status in the 2000s, it wasn't about lowering tariffs. Tariffs are already very low. It was having eliminated all the possibility of a threat of a tariff war and from the US. And that has led to an expansion of capabilities, trade, and global innovation. Now that all of that is being reversed.
When you talked about unpredictability, can you recall any time in recent history where there was this level of unpredictability?
In fact, if we look at all statistical measures, whether it's coming from policy uncertainty or geopolitical uncertainty, at least in the last 20, 30 years, it's never been as high. So I think that companies are now factoring in these risk uncertainties, and that's going to be very costly. You know, it's not just about inflation. All the prices are going to rise. All the efficiency, all kinds of progress in the end is reflected in consumer prices, and they're all going to rise around the world. Knowing the US as you do, what do you think are the Chinese exports that Americans could not live without? Well, I hate to say this, but I don't really see America making its own textiles and apparels and toys. And even if some of that demand will be filled by Vietnam and Bangladesh, I mean, these are still small economies, and it would look like a pretty bleak Christmas. At the same time, China, it's true that the U.S. is not really no longer a great manufacturer, competence and capabilities. And the most important exports of China is not really just the final goods, the ones that I mentioned, but it's really inputs. If you look at the data again, China is the biggest exporter of auto parts to the U.S. But leaving that aside, all the inputs goes into firms' capacities and competencies. They raise productivity, they increase profits, and so this is going to lead to a profit squeeze for U.S. Companies, and they will be passed on to consumers. So it's not so much one single thing that they can't live with. It's actually all the intermediate products, which is a very complex portfolio of inputs, and they interact with each other, whether it's downstream or upstream, and all this efficiency is going to be upended. And Dr. Jin, you've probably seen the memes going around, videos obviously produced through AI, I guess, showing Americans, very large, overweight Americans in rows behind sewing machines with a tagline that says, "Make America Great Again." Is it that Americans don't want those kind of jobs? Is it that it's too expensive to have those kind of jobs in America? No, I think the irony is that they haven't understood that all of this is just a cycle of renewal. Soon enough, Chinese people will not be wanting to make these things either. The Chinese new generation have no interest in manufacturing jobs. There's a gap of 25 million job openings in manufacturing while there's huge youth unemployment. Guess what? They don't want to do that stuff. So it's all about time, all about a country's cycle. And when they become richer and it's the new generation, do you know what they want to do? They probably look more like Americans, wanting to be influencers. Actually, they already are influencers. They want to open their local coffee shops and restaurants and do more services. Service is only 50% of GDP in China, but over time that will increase. That would be a good thing for China as well as reducing international tension. So you just got to let a country play out the natural cycle, and a lot of these manufacturing will be shifted to other countries, although, of course, AI and robotics will pose a very different kind of question on that trend as well. Taking into account what you just said, that there are so many jobs in manufacturing that young Chinese people don't want, and their aspirations are perhaps more Western in stereotype, how effective in reality could the non-tariff measures that China has threatened be? For example, banning Hollywood movies? I think it's very unfortunate that this has gone beyond narrow sense of trade and even finance, but it's permeated culturally. It's the person-to-person exchange that actually has bolstered and supported the deteriorating relationship between the two countries. That exchange has been so important with Chinese students going to American universities and vice versa. It's the still aspiration of many of these Hollywood scenes and movies in China that brings China closer to the West in a very harmonious way. All of that is also to be, made as chips in this trade war, and that is very unfortunate. So my fear is that the bifurcation goes beyond the tech splintering. If the Chinese companies are demanded to delist from the U.S. Stock markets, that's a bad thing for Chinese companies and Wall Street, although it's a very good thing for financial centers like Hong Kong. And the more you boost Hong Kong, the more you actually make China look good. So I'm not really sure that this is Washington's intention. But just coming back to your issue of culture, really, if you ask an American and Chinese who have been to the countries and who know both, nobody wants this. They are so frustrated. They think it's actually quite stupid because they're not really enemies, even if they are competitors. But I think with the rising sentiment, especially with these very prohibitive tariffs and the sentiment that actually the end game is against China, the rising consumerism will seek more local substitution, even away from companies like Apple and Tesla, which are still very much welcome in China.
The rhetoric that's come out of the Trump administration from the president and the people around him has been quite extreme compared with what people have heard in the past from the US government. And the vice president, J.D. Vance, used the term Chinese peasants when he talked about US-China trade policy. And I wonder how that would be received in China, how people would respond there.
Well, I think that the concept of peasants, farmers, I don't think that really arouses such a huge emotional response. However, I found it quite shocking, as well as other people in China, that J.D. Vance's statement that globalization only worked when developing countries were stuck doing manufacturing, as if they were not supposed to be catching up. That was the only form of globalization that was acceptable. I found it really shocking that this came from the words of a vice president of the United States of America, with all the moral universalism and moral compass that it has paraded all these years. To say that it only works when the developing countries are stuck really rings a very sore tone here in China, I'm sure in the rest of the world as well.
I almost hear universally from Americans who visit China for the first time, how amazed they are with how developed and forward-thinking China is, and how the infrastructure is way beyond anything in the US, according to what they see. So it sounds like most Americans have absolutely no clue of what China is really like once you're actually inside and see how it has progressed and futuristic it is.
In almost all the cases, when Americans actually visit China, their attitude towards China is much more positive. And I think that is a good thing. We do need more visits from Americans and vice versa. Look, I think China has done remarkably well, leaving, despite all the challenges that it is facing. Sure, economically, it's still fragile. It hasn't had necessarily the best policies in the last few years and have gone a little bit off course into other directions. Yeah, that's true. But for the large part, 800 million people, maybe even more out of poverty, the infrastructure that you mentioned, and it's not even just traditional infrastructure. It's infrastructure for the future. It's the most advanced and most broad and most mature, expansive in China, the digital infrastructure. They're also helping other developing countries build that out. Yes, the tariff war is going to have an negative economic impact on China. But, the Chinese companies are very adaptable. They're very resilient. It's not a great thing, obviously. But even since Trump 1.0, they have sought alternative markets. They have moved production lines, but they've also even changed business models to suit the new world. Regionalization, fragmentation, block economics, and all that. And on top of that, look at technology. China was seriously worried that it will be choked off of these critical technological components after the export bans and controls. What's happening right now? Not only near domestic sufficiency, but countries, the very pivotal countries, all at least having a foot in China's tech chain, goes to show that the danger is a lot less than what it was a few years ago. It is a resilient country. It is a country with many, many problems, just like other countries, but it is not really possible to say that you're going to stop China from advancing.
I think also people forget the remarkable history, centuries, millennia that China has had, a remarkable culture and contributed so much to the world. And of course, Chinese are, like many people, very proud of their country. So I wonder, to what extent have the words of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump had in terms of making Chinese people more supportive of the retaliatory actions that the Chinese government is proposing against the U.S. in this tariff war?
Well, you're absolutely right that the country is quite united in its in the response and a very strong stance against Trump. They know that the economy will suffer, many companies will suffer, but yet they still have that response, in part because they think that it's the problem that U.S. has triggered, that it's highly destructive, but also will be destructive to the U.S. as well. They believe that, the nation needs to fight. And I think the quote was fight until the end. So the Trump shock, the external threat, has really unified the Chinese people and even given more legitimacy to the leadership, even under certain this kind of economic weak situation. Again, I'm not sure that's what Washington, D.C. is striving to achieve, but also the unintended consequence of all of this, right? Nobody especially the good companies, they don't lie flat, to paraphrase a Chinese saying for giving up. They are more mobilized and more incentivized than ever. But I also believe that just realistically, without any kind of emotional reaction to the noise, they have been preparing for this for a long time. And yes, it is not ideal. And actually, it's really very not ideal for the rest of the world, but they will be fine.
So you, from what you know, China actually has been in fairly long-term preparations for the potential of this kind of tariff war.
Indeed. Since Trump 1.0, it has actually set off a globalization frenzy among Chinese companies. If you look at the surveys, about 80% of small and large businesses have already thought about or in the midst of implementing a globalization strategy. It really pushed the Chinese companies to think about opening other markets and to change their business models. And again, of course, the biggest effort has really been in technology. The Chinese government has launched what's called an AI Plus program, AI in every single possible sector. This tariff war has also given the government compelling justification to stimulate aggressively, to subsidize strategically, and to pivot into new directions, and has given the whole nation a reason to sharpen their survival instinct. So it's been a long march, and as you know, the Chinese are very good at long-term planning. And what I find ironic is while Washington, D.C. leverages short-term interest, China is now seen to be an anchor of longer-term stability in the global arena. And of course, it's indirectly an opportunity. You see that now many countries are coming closer to China, including Europe. The trilateral discussion between South Korea, Japan, and China in March 2025 commits to closer engagement in all ways, especially amid the global uncertainties, not to mention the developing world, which sees China as a leader in investments, in trade, and in technology as well. And the DeepSeek moment, really, I want to raise this because a few years ago, we were still debating about peak China. Now it's all about the DeepSeek moment, that despite a gap, China's still at the very forefront of this technology.
Well, Dr. Jin, even if the trade war was resolved tomorrow, what would be the lasting impact on China?
I think that what's been done cannot be undone, and many things are path dependent. Once you've gone down one route, it's very hard to come back, because all of the massive fixed cost involved in building new factories, relocating to new places, the businesses planning, and also planning for uncertainty. It's a very complex process, especially when it involves so many different inputs and the interaction between inputs. And also just that really degree of trust, right? Once that's lost and confidence, it's very, very hard to rebuild. And I think where the world has been going in the last 10 years, since the global financial crisis, it really does indicate a very, very different trend. And I see that it's not just an end of a U.S. hegemony or a rise of China, but that it really is the rise of many, many different powers, a distribution of economic opportunities and wealth and technology all around the world. So we are in a different world. The rise of geoeconomics is very real. The fusion of geopolitics and technology and economics all meshed together is a very real thing. It is no longer just about efficiency. It is a much more complicated process. China's going to factor that in, but every other country is going to factor that in. Any kind of business with a long-term view will factor that in. And just like Brexit being very pretty much irreversible, I think this bifurcation is also as well.
Well, after the US-China trade tensions from the previous Trump administration, when he was in office the first time, many Chinese companies moved their operations to other locations such as Cambodia and Vietnam to avoid tariffs. But of course, those countries have now been hit pretty heavily with tariffs. So does this signal the end of that particular strategy?
I think all companies are recalibrating, and it is impossible to make any decisions currently. Chinese businesses have at least a relative advantage of being quite quick on the feet and changing some of the business models and finding loopholes where there are. So I think that all of this is going to shift the model towards greater digital supply chains, much more flexibility supported by cloud industry. Look, the opportunity for China, at least, is really in the service trade. China only accounts for 6% of services, and service trade is exploding. It's rising much faster than goods trade. And if China is pushed away from one thing, again, it's going to go to another thing, and Chinese businesses will quickly adapt to that. But of course, kind of tightening their belts, working harder, working under constraint and stress, it's something that Chinese companies are used to.
Where things stand right now, Dr. Jim, what do you assess as the stronger economy, the US or China?
Well, unquestionably, the U.S. is the richest economy in the world. It is undeniable that it is the most technologically advanced country in the world. There is a fundamental difference, a very fundamental difference here, and that is, first of all, the U.S. tolerates to a much greater degree than China, or I'd argue most of other countries, financial volatility, inequality, outliers that range from the likes of Elon Musk and great geniuses to also psychopaths. And that's what, the outliers really push an economy forward. China's a little bit different. It emphasizes more on homogeneity, on the average. It's very low tolerance for volatility and instability. And if you look at the financial system, the U.S. dominates the financial system in the world. And the financial system is really, I think, one of the most fundamental reasons why its technology is so dynamic, because all the activities, all the liquidity, all the incentives that are in place for these companies to strive. So in that sense, America is very strong. But even with pressure on the lower income households, it's not as if the U.S. economy is really going to buckle. It's going to lead to greater inequality, but that's something that a lot of other countries cannot tolerate.
That's actually what I was thinking, because when you said it's still the richest economy, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most resilient, but you're saying that it does have the capacity to bounce back quicker.
Well, it is resilient in the sense that its greatest asset is still human capital, and talent tends to go to America, where it's still perceived to be a lot of opportunities, but also the dollar and the safe haven aspect. If the global economy really falls tomorrow, guess what? Capital is going to reallocate towards the U.S. At least in the short term, it is still resilient. And so I don't know what the whole kind of anguish really is about America. America has all the IP, it has the best technologies, it has the strongest financial services, its international banks rule the world. It doesn't do manufacturing. So what, right? And so on the other hand, China is also very resilient. It's very difficult to say which one is more resilient. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on the different political agendas. But, that cannot be said of all other countries.
What has this latest trade war done to where the dollar stands in terms of its significance? Is there any chance now, with countries seeing the unreliability of America, that the dollar could take a hit in terms of its significance globally?
President Trump has just accelerated the de-dollarization trend. Already, the dollar's popularity has been on the decline. The non-conventional currencies, even leaving the RMB aside, have risen from 2% to 11%. In the last 10 years, which is actually quite remarkable, given that kind of pace. And I think the West, and in the U.S. in particular, is completely underestimating the huge undercurrent that is happening around the world to build alternative systems, payment systems to SWIFT, like mBridge, like CIPS, and the BRICS currency and the common currency, and also digital currency, stable coins and blockchain, all these technologies that enable the greater facility to use non-dollars to make transactions and to invoice in trade and to make investments. I think the reigning superiority or the reigning advantage the U.S. still has is the deep liquid financial markets and the U.S. Treasury markets. You hold U.S., you have to have assets behind it, and that's what the dollar has. But even that is put into question as the U.S. Treasury is no longer be seen as a safe asset, given the circumstances. And look, a few years ago, everyone was talking about de-risking from China. Now everybody's talking about de-risking from the U.S. as well. The point is to not be at the mercy of one single country in anything.
How important is economic superiority to China's foreign policy?
Well, that's a very interesting question. China always put economic pragmatism since Deng Xiaoping ahead of everything else until recently. You had a more confident China in the last 10 years, confident of its economy, confident of its growth, of its technology. And you saw that China swayed a little bit away, veered a little bit away from economic growth as a central agenda into more social programs, elevated state-led programs, even political control and so forth. But guess what? The Trump threat just shocked it back onto the normal course. Now it's front and center again. Growth is back. Innovation. It's all about innovation and productivity. It's all about pragmatic economic policies. So I think where foreign policy, national security really played an outsized role, actually, compared to the economy in the last few years, that has totally reversed.
We talked earlier about manufacturing jobs and how there's perhaps a bit of a disinclination for people, especially young people, to take them on. And China is often described as the world's factory, while Donald Trump says he wants to return manufacturing back to the US. Realistically, how possible is that?
I don't think any economists think that is really that's very realistic or desirable. I think to give you one statistic, China has built more ships than the U.S. since post-World War II. It's not just about basic manufacturing textiles. It's about the capacity, competence, and all of the investment that has taken place to make the supply chains most efficient. And also, even if it weren't for China, it's other countries that will gradually take its place. The Japan shock happened in the 1980s. Then it was the China shock. But then it would be passed on to other countries. So unless you have erect a wall against everyone and all lower labor cost countries, you're not going to bring back manufacturing as an optimal, economic strategy. And also, apart from national security, which is understandable, and basic competency, I'm not sure why that is so desired. U.S. is a knowledge economy. There's huge amount of benefits for being a knowledge economy. And let's just look at Apple. All the value added is in the U.S., not in the manufacturing segment. China would love to be in that position and climb up that knowledge and research intensive chain. And also U.S.'s financial services. It's really not a bad position to be. And also from the first Trump trade war, estimates have, studies have shown that for every steel job that was saved, that amounted to a cost burden of $900,000 for consumers.
Since all eyes are turned onto US-China relations, how important is this moment for China's place in the world?
Indirectly, this is China's opportunity. I'm not saying that for sure that China will utilize it well, but it certainly is a great opportunity, the best in years. First of all, you see that many countries are inching close to China, at least subtle changes in attitude, including Europe. There's going to be very, very high-level state-level visits from European countries to China, visiting China rather than the Chinese president going to Europe. Of course, even despite the geopolitical tensions between Japan and China, India and China, that has totally stalled. That's pushed the countries together. So what we're seeing is that the whole notion of traditional fixed alliance, that's completely upended. It's no longer just based on geopolitics. It's a very fluid, circumstantial thing. It could be based on economic pragmatism. It could be based on climate change. It could be an alliance to deal with a rupturing of the global system. China is now positioned as a more of an anchor of longer-term stability. China is open for business. Where Washington is erecting walls, Chinese premier has pronounced zero tariffs for the least developing countries. If you look at RCEP, it's pushing countries together as well. They announced 54 sectors, zero tariffs. What does this mean? It's taking the complete opposite approach and strategy to Washington, D.C. And where the U.S. is isolating itself, China wants to be as open as it possibly can.
A final thought, Dr. Jin. What do you see as the biggest myth that people still believe about the war, Donald Trump's trade war with China?
The myth is that it would be so damaging for China that the Chinese leadership would capitulate, will concede, that the Chinese economy cannot afford a trade war. I think that is a misunderstanding, not only of the political thinking, but also of the economic reality, where, as we have discussed, there's been a long preparation. The fact that the main challenges are still internal, the fact that China was already going on to a trend of producing more of its own domestic inputs and intermediate goods, looking a lot more like a closed economy, like the US and Europe. In fact, China is more closed than Japan and South Korea. So it's actually pushing China down a trend it was already on and shifting the focus to consumption. That's what really China needs. Big consumption. Now there's a reason to do it. There's a reason to have a huge stimulus to even force consumption if it's actually possible, and to move China swiftly up the value chain and to get rid of the lower end manufacturing, which would have naturally gone, but it's just sped things up. And so I think China is prepared. And this is maybe why China's stance is so firm and so strong. Yes, it will be painful. Yes, it's going to hurt. It's going to bite everybody, but they'll suck it up. And they'll continue to do what they were doing anyways, but with a more domestic focus.
Well, Dr. Keiyu Jin, thank you very much for sharing your very informed opinion on this very important issue. Much appreciated.
Great to be with you. Thanks again.
So, who will win the economic arm wrestle between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping? Can either leader afford to be seen as a loser? Or could both leaders somehow save face in this geopolitical face-off? For answers, we've lined up another renowned economist who has written extensively on the Chinese economy. Let's turn now to Portland, Oregon, where Dr. Yan Liang is based as a professor of economics at Willamette University. Dr. Liang, you wrote an article at the time of Donald Trump's inauguration saying that Trump's trade war 2.0 could be a strategic gift to China. Now, based on the past couple of weeks, have your predictions come true? And if so, in what way?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. You have to be held accountable for what you have written, right? So I think China's response has been very clear that they will have the tit for tat. They will not tolerate the aggressive moves by Donald Trump. They will stand up against bully, and they will protect their own economy with policy measures. So I think it is a strategic gift in the sense that this will allow China and enable China to really rethink how to structure its economy going forward, how to rely more on domestic demand, especially consumer demand. So I think that is a strategic gift in that direction. And then last but not the least, as some people put it, Trump is basically handing the world to China now on a silver plate, in the sense that, it completely uproot the previous very unfair, unjust global trading system and his alliance with the traditional, what he called friends, right? The Western European economies, Canada, Mexico, and so on and so forth. And so I think in the sense, it is a gift to China to rewrite and to reshape the global order in a better, a more just, more fair way. So I think in all these dimensions, I do think that this presents a great opportunity. The question is if China is able to really seize the opportunity and really do what would be necessary, right, and what would be effective. And I think, again, the evidence suggests that I think China is moving towards the right direction.
Now, of course, things have gone up and down, and I know you obviously expected some kind of challenges coming from the US administration's trade policy under the second round of Donald Trump's presidency. But how shocked were you by the revelations that came through on what Donald Trump called Liberation Day?
Right. So I think the economic impacts are definitely consequential. And we've seen this in the past, couple of days or week. So for China, I think it's going to be a demand shock because the U.S. market does account for somewhat 14.6% of China's exports back in 2024. And the Chinese government has been preparing for this, right? They have been preparing since the first term of the Trump administration. So they have spent 8 years really trying to strategize how to diversify exports, how to bolster domestic market, how to build international partnerships. So I think all of this in some ways will help China to weather. Now, of course, the damages are not going to be only fell on the Chinese economy. The U.S. economy have also sustained a very large shock. And it's not just from the supply side, because they basically cut off, right, their own kind of access to the Chinese products, including consumer goods and also, intermediate and capital goods, which are very important to the U.S. manufacturing sector. So there is the supply side shock, but there are also the demand side, right? Because with all the policy uncertainties, businesses are not investing, consumers are also having a weaker confidence in the economy. The Michigan survey just showed that the consumer confidence now has gone down by 40% in the past 4 months. Now is reaching a 45-year low. So I think the U.S. economy is also being really negatively affected, not to mention the global economy as well.
Looking at the structure of things, what Donald Trump called reciprocal tariffs seem to have been based on the trade deficit with various countries. But is trade deficit such a bad thing? Doesn't it just indicate that your goods and services are being...
Countries run a surplus with the United States because they had unfair trade practices. They set up the trade barriers. So we need to tariff them in order to lower the trade deficit. So the formula itself, if you ask any economist, right, it's based on a very false assumption that somehow the trade imbalance is because of a trade barrier. There are actually many, many reasons for why the U.S. has been running trade deficit, for the past 50 years, right, with over 100 countries. So this whole idea of trade barrier cannot really explain that. And as you can see, the tariff rate on various countries are really very arbitrary, right, including the Heard and McDonald's Islands, where no one actually lived on it, and still they're charged a 44% of tariff rate. Donald Trump said countries ripped off the US. So that gets to your question, right? What these countries have done, right, to be deserved to have the sort of accusation that they're ripping off the US. Trade deficit simply means you are enjoying more foreign goods and services than you send to the foreign country. So materially wise, right, when you think about real resources, this is actually a gain for the United States, right? And I think this is very interesting when you think about it. I think many countries in the world do not enjoy the same kinds of privilege as the United States, in the sense that if a country runs a trade deficit for years and decades, what happens is the countries will build up, trade imbalances, and the foreign debt is going to climb up. So eventually, this is going to bring adjustments either through the exchange rate devaluation or their domestic economy tanks, right, reduces the income and therefore help to adjust the balance of payment imbalances.
Well, this leads me to point out that China's right up there at the top of the list of nations that Donald Trump produced. And as much as, it's targeted based on the trade deficit, do you feel that there are some non-economic issues at play here in targeting China?
I think so. I think Donald Trump definitely has a wish list. And that's why he's been asking, actually, interestingly, right, requesting President Xi to call him to have a trade negotiations. So there are definitely some other economic related objectives that he wanted to get, or non-economic related objectives, such as he wants to acquire TikTok. He wants China to divest TikTok to US firms. So that's number one. Number two, he probably wants to really get President Xi Jinping's support to be able to get a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. He wants, President Xi to maybe exert certain pressures for Putin to, fast track some kinds of a deal, which he, as we all remember, on the campaign trail, he said, we'll end the war in 24 hours. And that has not been materialized. I think he is really, in a way, in a very tight timeline right now. He wants to get the deal done, but he was not able to. So I'm pretty sure that he wants China to help on that front. There are many other, even with Gaza situation, with North Korea. So all of these, I think, are some of the things that he would like to have China's support to achieve his goals. He's definitely also want to have broader Chinese markets. He wants to be able to, also have Chinese investments in the U.S., even though that also is kind of inconsistent, right? On the one hand, he wants the Chinese companies to invest in the U.S. to create jobs. But at the same time, he has been really talking a lot of hostile kinds of policies towards Chinese companies, not allowing them to acquire some companies or invest in certain fields and so on and so forth. But I think, long story short, yes, there are definitely other objectives that he wants to achieve with China. So he's using tariff as a leverage. But at the same time, I think he's also not he's not against the idea of a more sort of a long-term structural decoupling from China, given, Peter Navarro's consistent message or advice to Donald Trump.
And Dr. Liang, how does the synthetic opioid drug fentanyl fit into this whole US-China trade war? We hear about the fentanyl tariff, for example.
Yeah, excellent point. I think I forgot to mention that it's also another point that Donald Trump demands China to cooperate more on the fentanyl issues. And again, the accusation is basically China somehow not only not restrict these precursor to fentanyl to be exported, but China in some ways actually encourage it, right? The idea that Chinese government subsidize these producers and allow them basically to export these precursors to Mexico, to the drug cartels, and somehow then that gets into the United States. Well, I think China's position on this is very clear, right? China is willing to work with the United States for humanitarian causes. China does not believe this is really the fault of the Chinese. They don't believe that this is a justified accusation. These precursors could be used to manufacturing drugs that are for cancer killing or for cancer patients. It could be used in a very legitimate way. And from China's point of view, it's the U.S. government's own failure to stem, the demand for fentanyl, but also, the deals, right? The drug sort of transactions. So China's position is, yes, we're willing to help if you are coming from a respectful and sincere position. We're willing to help you, but this is not our fault. So I think China sees this as a very unjustified accusation, and also the tariff on top of that. So I think, in the recent days, they have been talking about if you continue to use this kind of pressure campaign and, using such a hostile stance towards us, then we'll not cooperate going forward.
In a somewhat contradictory manner, Donald Trump also, as well as ramping up the tariffs against China, praises President Xi and describes him as a good friend. Do you feel that President Xi might see Donald Trump in the same way in any case?
Not at all. I think, fool me once, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, it's probably not going to happen. I think if you hear some of the policy advisors, at the higher level, you hear them talk about the takeaways that the Chinese leaders have since the first Trump administration. They believe that Donald Trump is not credible. They believe that he could easily renege on anything he said. His words do not match with his actions. So those are some of the lessons that these leaders have learned, I think, from the first term of Trump's administration. They also talk about other lessons, which is that Trump is going to continue to have a hostile stance with China. Trump is going to double down with the confrontations on economic front and possibly, other fronts against China. So China needs to be prepared. This is the second lesson that they learn, right? So the third lesson, according to them, is that China needs to compete from a position of strength. So what that means, it needs to bolster domestic economy. It needs to double down on its technological investments and advancements. And last but not least, trying to, again, work with international partners to, again, sort of build the kinds of cooperative relationships with the rest of the world. So I think those are the four lessons, according to some of the high-level policy advisors I've been talking about in Chinese social media, that, again, Donald Trump is not credible. We need to be ready for confrontations by bolstering domestic economy and by working with international partners.
Interesting you say that about the Donald Trump not being credible from the advisors you speak to, with two such strong characters and so much pride at stake. Which of the two leaders do you expect to finally emerge with the most credibility?
Well, I think you're right. These two are both very strong men, right? They don't want to show any weakness. For Xi Jinping, I think in their calculation, if you show any weakness, then Donald Trump is going to step up. They're going to demand even more. There has been a phrase that have been, again, floating on the Chinese social media. It basically says if you give Donald Trump 1 inch, he's gonna, take another foot, right? So I think, from China's point of view, it's not just that the leaders is worried about humiliation, but also really what are the parameters of these kinds of negotiations? Like what Donald Trump really wants, what would really make him back down?
Well, pretty soon after he announced the tariffs, he also then turned around and announced he would suspend tariffs for 90 days on most countries, and then said it was all part of his original plan, while others believe he was panicked because of the huge sell-off on treasury bonds. Now, when it comes down to it, does China view that decision made from a position of strength or weakness on the part of Donald Trump?
Well, first of all, it's very clear this was not the plan all along. There's so much evidence for that. So, for example, the USTR, the trade representative, Gerrans, he was actually testifying in front of the Congress for Donald Trump's tariff policy when the announcement came that the 90 days pause was, going to be implemented. so this trade representative was basically grilled by the congressman and saying that how, as a trade representative, that you have no idea that this 90-day pause was going to be in effect, right? So if Donald Trump really had this policy all along, his policy advisor would have known, his cabinet member would have known, right? His press secretary would have known, but none of these people seem to have this idea ahead of time. They all have been defending the policy and say, no, the pause was not in the consideration. And yet that was a pause, right? So it's clear this wasn't in the plan all along. Now, second, Donald Trump, he himself admitted people get yippy, right? So it's clear that he's responding, right, to these mounting pressures, not only from the stock market, right? The stock market fell by about 12% after the Liberation Day, before he announced the pause. The bonds market reacted in a very different way than in the past. The bond yields actually has been rising instead of falling, right? Because usually in times of uncertainty, when the economy is not doing well, when the stock market fell, investors will go for the more sort of quality and safe assets, which is U.S. Treasuries, that usually bring down the yield. But now the yield actually was rising. And so that is very challenging for Donald Trump. He's worried about the federal, interest payment. He's worried about businesses' loans and consumer credits and so on and so forth. And then the dollar was actually weakening, right? And there was 3 million Americans protesting in the weekend after the Liberation Day announcements. So 3 million Americans out of 1,400 locations in the U.S., out of all 50 states and some other European, major cities. So there's so much mounting pressure from the economy that Donald Trump had to reconsider his position, right? Not to mention his billionaire friends, right? Jamie Dimon talked about how this tariff is a bad idea. Bill Ackman basically used the term, this is economic nuclear winter. And, his own cabinet member and billionaire Elon Musk is basically calling out his top trade advisor, Peter Navarro, as a moron. So again, all of these are the economic and political pressure for Donald Trump to back down. And this wasn't his strategy all along at all. He used the excuse that 75 countries had come to ask for negotiation as an off-ramp. But literally, he's responding, I think, in a very arbitrary and abrupt way to the reactions from the economy, from, again, political constituents and so on.
Well, Dr. Liang, just a quick thought on the dollar itself, as you indicated there, the position of it. There's always been the assumption that the US would never run out of dollars. Do you believe that supposition is still true today? Or could there be, in reality, in such uncertain times, a change in that circumstance?
Well, that's a great question. I think there are two parts to this. Very quickly, one is, yes, the U.S. will not run out of the dollars. The U.S. is a monopoly of the dollar issuance. The U.S. always had the way to create dollars, and that has been confirmed by multiple central bankers in the U.S. And also, it's been discovered, right, by Elon Musk, this magic money computers, right? So the U.S. as a sovereign government, it's able to issue its own currency. That's for sure. But second is, I think the more relevant question here is that will the rest of the world continue to receive the dollar willingly in exchange for the real goods and services? Then I think that is a real question. I think, again, Donald Trump has made it much harder for countries to trade, to export to the U.S., but it also kind of invites countries to rethink about what are the benefits of continue with the current trade relationships where they receive the dollar, which again, the U.S. credibility is very low. The dollar value may not uphold given what is happening. And so there is a question of whether or not countries will continue to want to send their real goods and services to the U.S. in exchange for the dollar. So I think there will be interesting, I think, reset, right, when it comes to the global financial system, when it comes to dollar's hegemonic position, right, as a reserve currency.
On that note, the BRICS countries, including Brazil, Russia, India, and China, have talked about having an alternative currency to the dollar in order to be able to trade between themselves. Considering the current tariff war and the economic upheaval, how much is that still a reality?
Well, I think that goes back to the very beginning, right? The so-called strategic opportunity. I do think that countries have the intention and now heightened interest to build an alternative trading system, and of course, alternative payment system would be very helpful and necessary even to facilitate the kinds of alternative trading and investment system. I don't think that these countries will really come up with a alternative currency, so to speak, but I do think that they would come up with some kinds of a different clearing system, so that when countries trade with each other, they don't have to use the dollar. They could use their local currency, but have a clearing system that would allow them to trade in their local currencies, or they could have a common clearing unit that again would allow them to clear each other's trade balances to bypass the dollar. So I think this is a great opportunity. Indonesia has just joined as a new member, and there are many other major trading partners, trading countries in the world have been considering either joining or they're in a sort of a waiting in the queue. So I do think that this is a great opportunity for countries to build this alternative system with BRICS and even broadening, right, to have even broader circles that include more global South countries. And I wouldn't be surprised as China now is negotiating with Spain and European unions. I believe many other countries, Xi Jinping is going to visit Cambodia, Vietnam, and Malaysia in the next few days. So I think there are a lot more sort of efforts, right, to be made, how to continue to trade with each other, even without, the participation of the United States.
On that point of China being getting closer to Europe, it seems, the European Union didn't react with the retaliatory moves to the tariffs. And I wonder if you think that now looks like a smart move, or perhaps they were just a bit slow in being organized.
Well, I think there are a couple barriers, I think, for European unions to really think more strategically about how to deal with this, right? I mean, they have had this long, deep-seated alliance with the United States. And so it's a very difficult, I think, moment for them to realize the relationship is no longer the same as what it was in the past, 80 years. But I think it is at the point where they really need to rethink. I think J.D. Vance's speech at the Munich Security Summit is really a wake-up call for the Europeans, that the U.S. seems to be willing at this point to abandon the kind of traditional alliance with the European partners. And this tariff, I think, is also a clear indication of that the U.S. is going to upend the post-war, neoliberal economic system. So I think for Europe, it's a time-tested, I think, decision-making moment. Some European leaders seem to have that sort of reflective moment and understand it cannot continue to rely on the United States, not only as an economic partner, but also as a security partner. And so they actively seek for alternatives. But I think there are still some European leaders seem to still be sort of a nostalgia. They're still hoping that U.S. would return, right? And I think they're still seeing somehow China as a threat, not as a partner, which I think, again, at this point, it's a very absurd idea to see China as a threat, right? China is not a security threat. China is not an economic threat. China could be a fruitful partner as far as economic relationships are concerned.
And what do these tariffs and this tariff war mean for big U.S. companies like Apple and Tesla that have such a big stake in the Chinese economy?
You're absolutely right. These companies have been profiting really handsomely from the Chinese markets. They are also utilizing the Chinese supply chain to be able to produce their output in a very cost-effective way and sell to the global markets. I think, you hear Tim Cook, who has been talking about the reason that they have to stay in China is not because labor cost is cheap. is because China is the only country that has the kinds of infrastructure and also kind of tooled engineers, the skilled workers that were able to support the large scale and very precision kind of production that Apple requires. So what that means are twofold. One is that with the recent rising hostility, right, especially you hear JD Vance said, we're borrowing from the Chinese peasants and to buy the products Chinese peasants made. I think, this really triggered a lot of reactions among the Chinese consumers in various Chinese social medias. You hear them push back and feel really offended about these kinds of rhetorics. So I think that Apple or any sort of the US companies will have a harder time now to sell their products within China. Their competitive advantage has already been eroding, right? These days in China, there's so many good Chinese-made cell phones like Xiaomi, like Huawei. Apple has already, met with all these competitors, right? Now, I think this just adds more salt to the wound. It will be more difficult for them to sell at the Chinese market. So I think this will create very difficult scenario for the US multinational corporations. Even if they move their production to other countries, as I mentioned earlier, other countries like India, like Vietnam, cannot be a complete substitute for China. The scale and the quality of the production is simply, unmatched, by these countries. So it will create a very difficult situation, I think, for these multinational corporations.
On the note of Tesla, there's been reputational damage as well, of course, as the risk in terms of its attachment to the Chinese economy, hasn't there?
Right. I think that's another very salient example, as you mentioned, right? It's not just the cell phones, not just Apple, but Tesla. They already had fierce competition from the Chinese-made EVs. Many of them are, in many ways, more preferred by the Chinese consumers in terms of the price, in terms of the quality, in terms of the user features and so on and so forth. So they already see their sales declining in China's market and also I think global markets. Now I think with all these backlashes when it comes to the tariff and when it comes to Trump's administration's hostile stance towards China, and of course Elon Musk is one major cabinet member of Donald Trump. I do think there will a lot of sentiments, perverse sentiments against Elon Musk and also his products in China. So again, none of this is conducive to the businesses of these U.S. multinationals.
And a quick thought about TikTok. What has the so-called Liberation Day announcement done to the plans or proposal to have TikTok sold to an American buyer?
So I think at this point, China does not have appetite to really consider divesting TikTok, giving, again, the lack of trust, the lack of credibility, the lack of parameters of the negotiations with the United States. You also hear in the recent days, Scott Bessent talking about the possibility of delisting Chinese companies from the U.S. stock markets. So if this sort of trend continues, I would see less and less opportunity for the two parties to come together and have some kinds of negotiations. It seems that the tension keeps rising. And I think that's part of the, I think it's where the Trump administration is really trying to doubling down, right? It's really remarkable when it comes to Trump's sort of a plan. His plan A is let's exert maximum pressure and, get the negotiations done. But when this didn't materialize, instead of look for a plan B, all he does is to go back to plan A and try to double down. And this is not going to go anywhere, unfortunately. So at this point, I think it's very difficult to see how the TikTok plan or any of the trade negotiations will move the relationship towards a better direction.
Also, the Chinese economy has been somewhat hampered by issues and failures in the real estate market. And I wonder how much does that impede President Xi's ability to stay strong in the battle?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. The housing market was a drag on the economy, both because it directly reduces investment, but also it reduces the consumers' confidence and their household wealth. So all of these, reduce the GDP growth. But there are signs that the market is stabilizing and the government is going to, provide more fiscal and monetary support to help to cushion, right, this market. And so I do have the confidence that, as we also mentioned earlier, right, the direct trade with the U.S. is actually not a huge contributor to the Chinese GDP. So what that means is that there will be hit on the Chinese economy, but there will be ways to at least cushion it, right? Even if China is not able to, let's say, grow at 5%, right? I don't think they will deviate very far from the target, giving all these policy toolkits that are still at the disposal of the Chinese government.
In a nutshell, how important is this moment for China's place on the world stage?
Right. So going back to what I said earlier, right, I think, again, there are many analysts say this is a golden opportunity for China, right? Donald Trump is exiting from the global system, right, be it climate change initiatives or World Health or aid or now trading system. So what that means is that, when the current, incumbent leader is exiting, vacating from this global system, it pretty much opened up the opportunity for China to play a major role, right, if not a leadership role. And so, again, as I mentioned earlier, you have seen China being very proactive these days, right? Talking with European counterparts, visiting, Southeast Asia partners, and continue on with China's, 3 initiatives: global development initiative, civilization initiative, and security initiatives. So I think the direction that China has set for itself decades ago will only be accelerated because of Donald Trump's, moves. So I think China will seize the opportunity and it will continue to assume positive and stable, right, role in the global system. So I think, that this will be a benefit for not only China, but the rest of the world. I do think that, in this kinds of very tumultuous time, it is helpful for China to play a more stabilizing role and build that alternative system to facilitate trade, investment, payment system, aid, climate change initiatives, and so on and so forth.
A final thought, Dr. Liang. What chance is there in the coming weeks we might see Donald Trump and Xi Jinping having a cup of tea or perhaps a Diet Coke or something in the Oval Office with a warm embrace, having finally reached a deal?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted to be optimistic, but I think having a tea either in Zhounanhai or in the Oval Office, it's very unlikely, according to my crystal ball. Of course, I have one, right? But I think I would not rule out the possibility that both sides pick up the phone and start talking. Right now, I think the most practical barrier is that Xi Jinping wants to have more lower level negotiations, and then he and Trump can, sort of seal the deal, because he wants to have certainty before, he appears to reach a deal with Trump, where Trump seemed to want to start with the very high level. He wants to have a direct phone call with Xi Jinping and talk through, this trade deal. So I think that now is probably the sort of barrier for both sides to reach any agreements in a very practical way. So we'll see. I think, again, for me, China has already made a position very clear. We open for negotiation, and we will ignore any further escalation of tariff because there's no point to do that. And when you look at Donald Trump, right, when China slapped back the 84% tariff, Trump already said, well, we will terminate any trade negotiations. But then he backed down and said, we are waiting for the call. So I do think that Trump is probably going to be the one who backed down first. But of course, he is going to find an excuse. He's going to find a pretext that would seem that he was the one who can claim victory, or at least not the one, who lose first, right? Who blink first.
Dr. Yang Liang, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate that.
And that's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for being with us. We'll see you next time.
To hashtags following the stories shaping today's conversations.
Collaborative efforts like that,
online and beyond,
that we've been able to have far greater impact.
We will not have clearly a progress without having a plan.
Behind every international headline is a much bigger story.
I love it. I see great promise.
And that is the story we bring you.
This war ceased to be a just war.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, we bring you the stories that matter most.
The blame is almost universal. Population displacement, starvation.
There are multiple sides to every story, but only one place for the debate.
This is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive. It's historic and epic.
We follow the money, the markets, and the momentum.
It's about how all of that comes together to deliver an outstanding product.
Driving Saudi Arabia forward.
Love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on.
The ultimate global stage.
Lebanon should not be attacked.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes.
Where the architects of power, economics, and politics
stop the war in Ukraine.
Break their silence.
Arabiya English, trusted by leaders, watched by the world.